Good morning, everyone. Can I please ask you to take a seat? We are slightly already behind schedule. And we should have enough seats for everyone, so please get in and
stay with me here and we will start. I think. Yes. Wait. No, je vous appelle.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone, again. Yeah, I hope that you traveled safely and that you found your way to the hotel. That's great already, to the venue. So I would like just very briefly to have some introductory words with Roger next to me, my colleague, and I'm waiting also for the colleagues from NCBJ, Tomasz and Agnieszka. I don't see them yet, but well, first, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here today. We do hope that everything will go smoothly and that you will enjoy the events. We would like as well to... Tomasz and Agnieszka are here. Yeah. It's okay.
Good morning.
Okay, so we wanted to have a few words. I won't take a lot of your time, so we would like first to thank you all as participants to be here today, and we would like also to thank our sponsors, our patrons, and more importantly, the Ministry of the Industry, the Chancellor of the Prime Minister that made this happen, and I think we will have a very good quality event, and more importantly, I think nothing would have happened if we didn't have the support of NCBJ with us today. And maybe, Roger, you want to add some words?
Just to confirm that this edition is combining 3 different events that we used to organize. FISA, for Fission Safety of the Reactor Systems, EURADWASTE, and the SNETP Forum. Just to inform you that we have also a digital, let's say, exchange, so please use the app. Don't hesitate to communicate through this. Everything is available.
Okay, so welcome everybody. It's our great pleasure to host you here, and I hope it will be a fruitful conference for you, and we would like to thank for this opportunity which NCBJ obtained and organized this event. Thank you, welcome, and enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I maybe, we should start already because we are already losing time, and I do hope that we will be right on time. I will ask maybe the 2 co-moderators of the first high-level opening session to take the mic, take the floor, and please enjoy the event, and I hope that everything will go as expected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Minister, dear colleagues, it's really a great honor to open this second FISA EURADWASTE SNETP Forum together with Jadwiga Nadja from the European Nuclear Society, and who's representing the young generation, and with this very high-level panel. So let me introduce Madam Minister. Please come. Madam Marzena Czarnecka, Domenico Rossetti, who is representing, please Domenico, representing the Commissioner Zarieva from the European Commissioner for Startup Research Innovation, Bill Macwood, Director General of OECD NEA, and Mr. Jacek Bilika, Chief of Cabinet of Director General Grossi of IAEA. So since our last common forum in Lyon, the nuclear landscape in Europe has significantly and positively moved. Around 15 EU member states have decided to join the Nuclear Alliance, created in February 2023. Its goal is to enhance technical neutrality in decarbonized electricity generation. The Alliance on SMRs has been officially set on the 6th of February 2024, and since then, a first batch of 9 projects have already been selected. A strategic action plan is underway to be released soon. Several countries have decided to prepare new programs of construction of reactors, and Poland is among them. And we must not forget several programs to operate existing units on the long run, up to 60 and even beyond, in a safe and economic way. To achieve those huge ambitions, cooperation and synergies all around Europe is really mandatory. The technical and economical challenges are huge. Safety is, of course, the first condition of success. So as SNETP chairman, the Sustainable Nuclear Technological Platform, gathering more than 120 members, I'm very proud with my colleagues to contribute to the R&D and innovation program to support this objective. But we need also a strong EU supply chain. We need also competencies. We need public engagement. We need enthusiasm. And we need young people.
Exactly, and these qualities brought by young generation will be visible throughout the conference in several ways. First, you may be already aware that yesterday youth had a dedicated program full of different passionate activities, and among them this also included development of what we call youth vision statement addressed to the high-level decision makers present in this room. In this room and on stage, of course, most of all. All the conference participants also received this vision statement in the morning on your applications, and later in this opening session, it will be presented by a youth spokesperson. Apart from that, the questions during the opening session, some of them are also submitted by the youth representatives, and you will be able to hear what is important from them through this. In the spirit of the intergenerational exchange, each conference panel will also be co-moderated by a prominent young generation representative.
Thank you, Jadwiga. So to formally open this conference, let me give the floor to Minister of Industry of Poland, Madam Marzena Czarnecka. It's a great honor to have you with us today. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for introduction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy a lot. The first thing is that we are, let's say, in the special event which is connected with the nuclear energy, which is not, let's say, it was not possible a couple years ago. Right now, it is absolutely crucial for everybody in Europe. But the second part is, I'm the professor at the university, so I have to say, if I do see a lot of young people involved in that, let's say, idea, I'm more than happy. Because, you know, everything is connected with the young generation, and if the young generation is involved in the, let's say, nuclear energy, it will happen. So I hope that we everybody have the same feelings for that, and I'm so happy that so many organizations are involved in this project, and of course the Polish government is also involved in this. And I would say some, let's say, words about the nuclear world right now. That's what we said. I think that the nuclear power right now, it is the more crucial for everybody in Europe. A few years ago, we do not talk about the mixture of energy, and there were some countries which were saying absolutely no for the energy, nuclear energy. But right now, the majority of the European countries, with all of 27 of them, are saying yes, that's what we need for our, let's say, stability, for our, let's say, safety of energy, is the nuclear power. So for us, for Poland, it is really important because we do have, exactly in my ministry, which is located not here in Warsaw, but in the south of Poland, So we have the special path, we're just saying, from coal to nuclear, which means quite simply, it is, let's say, kind of the American way of thinking, but it also, let's say, it is the future. It is the future of the showing that we are following to the nuclear, let's say, mixture, and the nuclear will be the base load for the creating the let's say, stability in the energy system. So, of course, that's what we need for the energy production, and also it support, let's say, the integration renewables in our system. So, yesterday we were talking with the Mr. Birol, and we decided that we absolutely need to have like a stable, let's say, source. Right now in Poland, that's what you can see, it is still coal, but we hope that in the near future, there is a director in my department of the nuclear energy, and he is promising me that, let's say, in the couple years, we will have the nuclear energy as a baseload. And the second one is, of course, we need the gas for the elastic, let's say, using the renewables for renewables. It's absolutely, let's say, crucial for creating the clean and low emission energy. That's what I'm dreaming about from the European Commission, that it will be the moment in our life that we would say, no green, low emission. It is, let's say, it could be stable, and it could be, let's say, treated the nuclear as a, let's say, exactly in the same way as renewables are. So we hope that it will be one day that we can count it, I mean, in the taxonomy as a regular source. So the second thing is, that's what we're supposed to say, the Poland is really involved in this project, but you're supposed to ask why. The first one is, of course, that's what we need for our, let's say, energy system. But the second thing is, which is really crucial for the Polish government, is the local content. So we are trying to, let's say, to create the, let's say, the, one day it's supposed to be a lot of Polish companies which will be involved in the, let's say, nuclear business. I'm supposed to say nuclear business because it is not only the, let's say, the project as itself, but also the, let's say, the developing SMRs. And that's what we are saying in the Polish nuclear program, that we are not only involved in this, let's say, big power plant, which is AP 1000, which is under the construction, but also we are talking about SMRs, hopefully. And we are talking about, let's say, second localization of the, let's say, the second big power plant, which is supposed to be done in Poland. I know that it's a big challenge for everybody, big challenge. You're supposed to ask why it is so big challenge, because of the, you know, the cost of the transformations of the energy systems is really important. But we are, I think that we do have the historic moment. Not exactly in all countries, but especially in Poland, because we are just having a lot of, let's say, projects which are involved in the energy transformation, and the biggest one is the nuclear project. I think that that is the biggest in Poland, and we do believe that it will be something very special. And what we can say also, we do have that, what we do believe, that these, let's say, nuclear project would help us in the transformation. So it is also the time for the creating the new jobs, creating the new skills, creating the new possibilities, new transformation. And of course, we are not talking only about the, let's say, the high top level managers and high top level, let's say, very well skilled persons, but also we are talking about, let's say, the regular, let's say, the regular workers, which will help us in this big challenge. As you know, let's say, our construction will involve more than 10,000 workers. So it is also the future for the transformation, the specific regions in Poland, which are quite important for us to show that this business will be good, and of course will be good for everybody, also for society, because in the end, that's my dream, that it will be the, let's say, the energy which is coming from the, let's say, safe and cheap sources. The safe, I can imagine, but cheap, I'm still working on. And hopefully everybody will work on that the energy will be absolutely, let's say, cheap in these days, which is not so easy. As you know, France is a good example that the nuclear power plants are working and they are still in a good condition. And we hope that Europe is, let's say, will follow on the way which is, let's say, it starts here, I hope, in Poland. And what I have a wish for you, I hope that you will, let's say, show me, and of course for the workers of the Ministry of Industry, who is responsible for, let's say, all the nuclear policy in Poland, that you will show us what is the best path, what would be the, let's say, the best price, and how to do it that everything would be done on time and on budget, which is not so easy. But I hope that we will organize it together, because everybody, we are not alone in Europe. We have to be connected, we have to have the partnership, and we are just involved in all projects. So, and I would say something more, we are not alone in the Europe, we are not alone in the world. So, so I hope that this conference will help us, everybody, to make my dream coming true and to make it cheap and safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Minister. I think we really got the list of tasks to do.
That's our job.
Exactly. The next speaker will be Commissioner Ekaterina Zaharieva, European Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation, who will deliver video message, and here on the stage represented by Domenico Rossetti.
Dear Minister Czerniewska, let me first of all thank you, and thank you to the Polish presidency. You are doing an amazing job in Brussels, in Strasbourg, in the different Council of Ministers. Obviously for this conference here in Warsaw, but also for the effective way to manage the Council meetings. As you know, the presidency is chairing, is putting the agenda, and trying to find a consensus with 27 member states, sometimes between Austria and Czech Republic, between France and Germany. It's not always a simple task, and you are doing an amazing job, and congratulations to you and to the Polish presidency. This is quite important for us, for the Euratom extension, for our program, for 26-27, and we expect to have the agreement on this program in the next 2 months, in order for us to continue, and we use the term top up, the different European partnerships that we have and that many of you are involved in. I'm thinking to the partnerships on waste management, EURAD, and thanks a lot, Saif, for managing EURAD daily with all the community. The second is the radiation protection, and I'm very glad that the colleagues from Pianoforte are also present today, Florian, Jean-Christophe Gariel, and other colleagues. On nuclear materials, the partnership on nuclear materials, and I'm also happy that Lorenzo Malerba is there with the Connect NM, and obviously the partnership on fusion. We would like also to continue to offer the open access to nuclear research infrastructure. And I think this is extremely important in order to have the young researcher getting access to that. And we are actively working on education, training, and skills. This is also a key element for the nuclear sector. Dear Jadwiga from ENS, dear Bernard, let me thank you for the excellent collaboration with SNETP. This is a close collaboration with the Sustainable Nuclear Energy Technology Platform. And when we speak about public-private partnership, when we speak about research, university-industry collaboration, this event is obviously exemplary in this regard. It's good to see also the impact and results of 80 Euratom research-funded projects that we will see over the week. Congratulations to Roger and Saif, and to the Narodowe Centrum Badań Jądrowe, I hope that my Polish pronunciation was okay, for the excellent organization of this event. I would like to emphasize how I'm happy to see that the focus was on the youth, and I see a lot of faces which I'm not used to see, and I'm very glad to see this. Congratulations, José. I know that you worked a lot in order to have the youth. I don't like so much the term gender, but I'm so happy to have more women than in the past in the nuclear sector. When I see the audience, I think that that was an excellent achievement. Let me, before giving the floor to the video message of my commissioner, just 3 points. Last Saturday, President Macron, Chancellor Merz, Prime Minister Tusk, and Stammer met with President Zelensky in Kiev. And there was a strong European unity and support to Ukraine. For us, from a Euratom perspective, this should be translated in a nuclear fuel diversification from Russia, especially for Soviet-designed VVR reactor. This is a question of long-term energy resilience. My second point is that FISA EURADWASTE is a high-level scientific and technical conference. We have a geopolitical challenge on the east side of Europe, but science and freedom of researchers is also at stake in other parts of the world. And last week, at La Sorbonne, one of the oldest European universities, President von der Leyen announced 500 million euros for attracting researchers to Europe. Choose Europe, that must be a magnet for the best scientific talents in the world. The European Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action and the European Research Council grants will implement this decision. Ladies and gentlemen, my third point is decarbonization, low emission, like Minister just mentioned, and prosperity. These two items should progress hand in hand. We need the new competitiveness and growth. The new industrial deal, the Net Zero Industry Act are clearly pushing for a strong European industrial value chain. And nuclear is certainly part of the solution. We discuss and agree on these points with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Many thanks, Mr. Bilica, for being with us. We discuss and we agree with the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency. Thank you, Mr. Macwood, to be with us. And I'm very glad now to give the floor to my commissioner, that unfortunately Commissioner Zaharyeva was not able to travel today, but she was very happy to deliver a short video message. Thank you very much.
Dear Mr. Salah, dear Minister Czernecka, dear Director General Magut, dear colleagues, the Euratom program has been instrumental for positioning the EU as a global leader in nuclear safety, safeguards, radiation protection, and waste management. It is also supports Europe's energy transition and competitiveness. Yet new challenges demand further action, particularly in nuclear safety, fuel supply, and radioisotopes for medical care. Next-generation nuclear projects, including SMRs and fusion, require substantial investments, which EU research funding alone cannot shoulder. Member States are advancing important projects of common European interest, and the European Investment Bank is more active in nuclear funding. And private capital will follow only where there is adequate and stable regulatory framework, sufficient safety and security, and market demand. The war in Ukraine has underscored the urgency of energy resilience. Nuclear now features in EU taxonomy and the Net Zero Industry Act, with countries like France, Poland, and Sweden including it in their national plans. We must also tackle fragmented regulations that hinder innovation, especially for SMRs. Here the work of the European Industrial Alliance for SMRs will be key to streamlining, permitting and standardization. The Clean Industrial Deal will drive investments in low-carbon technologies. For nuclear, a strong EU supply chain, circular economy and skilled workforce are essential. Human capital, as shown by EHRON, remains a top priority. We must maintain expertise and attract young talent across fusion, fission, medical and space applications. Cross-border mobility is vital. Collaboration with the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency and with the International Atomic Energy Agency is extremely fruitful. Just last week, alongside Commission President von der Leyen and President Macron, we discussed with the research ministers how to encourage top world talents to choose Europe. I ask you all to urgently reflect on this for the nuclear sector. With this, I wish you an excellent conference, and I look forward to welcoming you in Brussels for the next General Assembly of the European SMRs Industrial Alliance on 27 June.
Thank you, Domenico. Thank you, Commissioner. Let me give the floor to Bill Mackwood, the Director General of OECD NEA. Bill, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bernard. Good morning. Good morning. Wake up, this is exciting. Now, I have made a commitment to travel less this year, but I had to come here because, first, I like FISA. I think this is one of the most important conferences because it brings together not just high-level experts, but really a good cross-section of the most important thinkers in the field today. And so it's a great pleasure to see all of you again. And also because it's being held in Warsaw, and I always hate missing opportunities to visit Warsaw. I really do. And then Bernard also asked me, which also made it really hard to resist. So I'm here, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. And I wanted to take a moment to thank Minister Czarnecka for her comments. I think I could actually have just simply said, I agree with everything you said, so I could just sit down and stop there, because I think you captured it perfectly. So thank you for those remarks. And also, let me give special recognition to the work of the European Commission, because I've been talking with people in the Commission for my entire tenure, and I've seen the evolution. It's been very slow and painful, but you really have moved a long way. And things have changed around the world, of course. And I don't think I have to catalog for this group how dramatic the change has been over the last several years, but it is really quite remarkable. And I do think it's worth, for a moment, to speak as a non-European to Europeans in large respect, that perhaps 7 or 8 years ago, it's fair to say that many of us had given up on you entirely. That there was really so little prospect for advancing nuclear energy in Europe that many people in my business had just simply decided to focus elsewhere. That Europe just wasn't the place to be. It was too hard, it was too difficult. The politics were too intense. The public resistance was too high. That was probably 7 or 8 years ago. I remember having conversations along those lines. And I also remember at that time coming to Poland and visiting with one of your predecessors. And I sat on a one-on-one meeting with the Polish minister, and he told me that we are going to build nuclear power plants. We want to build, in fact, he said specifically, AP1000. And we talked about that in some detail. And to me, that was quite a remarkable thing, because everywhere else I went in Europe, it was very, very difficult to have a conversation about new nuclear power. But in Poland, the plans were being laid. And I could tell from the discussions I had in Poland back in that period that this wasn't just the aspirations of one minister, but really the entire infrastructure was very excited by the prospect. It was very focused on making it happen. And over the last several years, as I watched the pieces being put in place, moving closer and closer to that reality, it just affirmed what I saw in that very first conversation. But it also highlights something very important. That it's not just the economics and the technology. It always comes back to one simple characteristic in every case, and that's leadership. If you don't have the leadership, things don't get done. Decisions don't get made. Resources are not allocated. In Poland, that happened. And I think Poland is a very good example for everyone else. Now, of course, in the years that came after that conversation, things began to evolve. And we certainly saw the evolutions probably around the time of COP26. And COP26, I think, was a very important event because it was the first time where countries were not simply setting ambitious targets, net zero by 2050 or whatever target was being set, but were being asked to explain how they were going to meet those targets. Now, I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell anybody else this. But when I would meet with many ministers, not just in Europe, but really around the world, and I would say, I realize your country has just committed to net zero by 2050. How are you going to get there? There were more ministers than I'd like to admit that would tell me the answer was, oh, we really don't know yet. But we think it'll be new technologies in the future that'll make it possible. And I would walk out of those meetings thinking, they're not going to make it. Because in our analysis, in the NEA analysis, and this has been true for many, many years, some other agencies have come to this realization a bit later. We've been talking about it for quite some time. There's no prospect of reaching net zero by 2050 without a large contribution from nuclear. We saw that for years. We talked about it for years. The analysis was quite clear. But it was very, very difficult from a political standpoint to advance that conversation very far until we reached the point where countries realized around the time of COP26 that the numbers weren't converging. So around that time, you started to see changes. France, being one of the key leaders, announced that President Macron had decided to build 6 new EPRs. That was a major development that really, I think, changed the conversation. But perhaps even more interestingly, around the same time, the Netherlands announced they were going to build 2 new large light water reactors. And we started at the NEA receiving more and more countries that were coming to us and asking questions. What does it look like? How much is it going to cost? What technologies are out there? What direction should we take? And we started to see this conversation intensifying. And of course, the war in Ukraine changed the game entirely because then the war in Ukraine brought a realization to everyone around the world, including in Europe, that energy security was really the most important responsibility of governments. Climate change is extraordinarily important, but the public around the world expect the lights to stay on. And without energy security, energy reliability, affordable electricity, economies can't prosper. And if we're going to have our cake and eat it too, we have to have reliable electricity, reliable energy, but we also have to have low carbon. Put the two together, the answer is quite obvious. And that's when the game changed. And that's when we started to see Europe turn from a place where many people thought it was hopeless to have a conversation about nuclear to being what I believe will be one of the most important regions in the world when it comes to the deployment of new nuclear power. And it becomes important because of 2 primary reasons. The need is the most important. The need is there. country after country, as we've talked to different capitals, the need is very intensive. They need nuclear power to meet their energy security goals as well as their climate goals. And secondly, and this is where the European Commission, I think, will become very important, the market is there. And not just any market, but a market that can be coordinated to enable common technologies and common approaches to be taken. Now, that's not to say this is going to be easy, but the opportunity is there. And if the leadership comes with the opportunity, I think in the years to come, we're going to see amazing things. We've seen this reflected in our venue at the NEA. Over the last few years, we've been holding ministerial meetings known as Roadmaps to New Nuclear, where we bring together countries that are focused and interested in building new nuclear power plants and focus on moving past the discussion about nuclear and actually taking action to build new plants. And in that discussion, the issues that are going to be the major challenges facing us are discussed and hopefully over time resolved. We've talked a lot about how to finance these nuclear facilities. That's going to be a big issue for every country in the world. And the finance challenge is different in different places. In many places, including, for example, the Global South, just the capacity to finance is going to be a big issue. They're already deeply in debt. They need new energy. If they want to build nuclear, how do they pay for that? How does that work? So that's one of the reasons we spent so much time recently with the World Bank. I personally spent most of a day at the World Bank just a couple of weeks ago talking to World Bank officials about where we are today and what steps need to be taken in the future. I'm pleased to say that the World Bank is changing. So watch for the meetings next week. We may hear some important announcements. But for many countries, it's just simply the scope. There's so much need. How do you allocate the resources? And how do you deal with the uncertainties? For every country in Europe and around the world that hasn't built a new nuclear power plant in a generation or two, there are so many uncertainties that have to be addressed that how to finance nuclear in that respect will be very important. So we talk about that. We also talk about the supply chain. I worry about the supply chain more than anything else, because the supply chain is a shadow problem, because it's very easy to go out and sign contracts with suppliers who will tell you, yes, I can provide this valve, yes, I can provide this pump. But the experience that we've had over the last several years shows that despite the fact they may sign that contract, when the time comes to provide that component, they may not be able to do it adequately. And then that becomes a big problem. So supply chain is another issue. We also focus a great deal on human capacity. The minister talked about the need for young people to embrace the nuclear sector. The sad reality that we've seen as we've worked with countries around Europe particularly is that not only are there not enough young people coming into the nuclear sector, the big challenge is there's not enough young people. The birth rates are too low. So there simply aren't enough people going into university to be able to make up for those who are retiring. This is a huge challenge. There are approaches and solutions, but it means that we have to start today to try to turn the situation around. And we've even started becoming involved in high schools. And why are we looking at high schools? Because the 16-year-olds who are in high schools today are going to be, in 10 years, the 26-year-old operators at nuclear power plants, if we train them, if we get them on path, if we get them encouraged and excited. But that won't happen unless we start right now. All of this will be difficult. All of this will take resources and leadership. But I do believe it's possible. And I've been in the nuclear sector my whole career. And if there's one thing I've learned about the nuclear sector, is if you're not an optimist, you need to go find someplace else to work. because we're built for optimism. We're built as futurists. We believe in the future. We believe in the ability of humankind to make the next step to progress. But it doesn't happen by itself. It's not just belief. It takes work. It takes resources. So over the next several years, we'll watch as we try to achieve what many countries have signed up to in various declarations to triple nuclear capacity, which, by the way, is based on analysis that we at the NEA did some years ago. That's going to require long-term operation of existing plants. We have to keep our existing fleet in operation. We have to deal with the aging of components and be able to assure regulators and the public that this can be done safely so that plants can operate not for 40 years, but for 60 years, for 80 years, perhaps even longer. We also have to watch very closely as new technologies come into the market. SMRs, of course, are most prominent. But within the category of SMRs, there are many Gen 4 reactors. New technologies have never deployed on a commercial basis before. This is very exciting. It's also very challenging. How do we regulate these new technologies? How do we license these new technologies? And more importantly, how do we license them in a way that makes it possible to have a large market for these technologies so that we aren't just building a few reactors in each country, they're completely different, but we're building many reactors across all of Europe of common design in the licensing approach. That will be when the game changes. To be successful in this, it's going to be required not just work among the regulators, which we are trying to facilitate, but also require research capacity and experimental research to be conducted in a joint basis, so that when regulators are asked questions about materials or coolants or fuels, that there's answers for all their questions. This will require joint research. And we at the NEA, of course, are facilitating a lot of that. We're also facilitating a new initiative that just got launched just yesterday, an event that took place in Paris, which brought together about a dozen countries, in an initiative called WIZARD. And the point of WIZARD is to deal with the back end of the fuel cycle with all these advanced technologies. High temperature gas reactors, molten salt reactors, fast reactors, they all have fuels that ultimately need to be disposed of. And we have to know how we're going to do that. So countries have come together, and not just countries, but also the private sector and research organizations have come together to start to plan for this, so that when regulators ask, how are you going to dispose of this material, we will have answers. So we're looking forward to that. So the work is underway. We've begun, but we've only really started. It's really only the very early days of this new venture. And as we watch this story unfold over the next decade, and I think this is going to be a decade-long exercise, that we'll know probably by the end of this decade, by the end of the 2020s, where we're going, whether we're going to be successful or not. Because the key decisions have to be made over the next few years. And if we haven't made the right decisions to make sure that we've dealt with the supply chain issues, to make sure that we have solved how to finance, to make sure that young people are coming to the nuclear sector, if we haven't addressed those issues, when we get to 2030 or 2035, we'll find that we can't do anything that we now are talking about, that these technologies simply won't be ready, and will have failed, and the window will have passed. And as a result, security will be compromised, the climate will be compromised, and we'll have failed as a generation. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we can rise to this occasion. I think we can do this. The work's getting started. Let's roll up our sleeves, let's get going, and let's not even breathe for a second. Move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Magwood, for this valuable message. And I would like to invite here to the stage Jacek Belita, Chief of Cabinet of DG Grossi of International Atomic Energy Agency.
Thank you very much. I hope this microphone is working too. Is it? Great. Thank you so much. Dear friends, it's a pleasure and honor to be here among you. It's a pleasure because I do see many friends in the room, some of whom will be speaking in the other sessions. And it is an honor to represent the International Atomic Energy Agency, a global, international, intergovernmental organization of 183 member states, which since 2019 is under the energetic leadership of Rafael Mariano Grossi. DG Grossi is sending his best regards. I communicated with him overnight. He is actually in a completely different time zone, but he would love to be here, and he is very much interested in the proceedings of the meetings. What he likes to call this change, which was discussed here, is a return to energy realism. Not necessarily a revival, a renaissance, but a return to realism. And for me, a watershed moment in this respect came at the COP28 in Dubai, which was also mentioned by DG Magwood minutes ago. So it is in this environment of the COP, which you would recall traditionally has not been very friendly to nuclear energy, that countries finally realized and the consensus emerged for the inclusion of nuclear power in the global stocktake. And more than 30 countries in Dubai pledged to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. This is an ambitious pledge. Let's look at the picture, global picture right now. Currently, nuclear power provides around 10% of electricity worldwide, which accounts for a quarter of low-carbon electricity. The numbers are double for Europe, because in Europe it is around 20% of electricity production, accounting for half of low-carbon electricity. So the geography is uneven. But interestingly, also the geography of the current new build is also very uneven. Number one is China, with 28 reactors currently under construction and dozens more in planning. And I am talking as somebody who has recently accompanied DG Grossi on a week-long visit through China. It is impressive. Number two is India, with 6 nuclear reactors. And then also some other countries in the developing world, Bangladesh, Egypt, United Arab Emirates. Closer to home, Turkey, and obviously the declarations in Europe. So the projections that we are making at IAEA in Vienna have a high end and a low end. The high end, the high case scenario, the global generating nuclear capacity would more than double to 950 gigawatts by 2050. In the high-end scenario with SMRs included, the SMRs would account for about 24% of this new build by mid-century. This means that we would still need to rely on life extension of existing reactors and also on new build of large water-cooled reactors, which have been mentioned also by Minister Czarnecka in her opening remarks. In Poland is one example. In this neighborhood, other countries which have already entered the nuclear power family are considering expanding. Czech Republic, Hungary. Yesterday, with Minister Czarnecka, we spoke at the Polish Nordic Business Summit, where the statement from the Minister of Finland clearly highlighted the role that that nuclear energy is playing in Finland. And by the way, one of the reactors which was already delivered to Poland back in 1990s for the previous Polish nuclear program is operating now in Finland, the VVR 440. Different factors have been mentioned, especially by DG Magwood, and I would like to revisit some of those. SMRs and the new technologies. Obviously, there is great hope on SMRs, especially from countries which hope that this would lower the price of entry into the nuclear energy club. I participate in most meetings of DG Grossi with energy ministers, and especially from Africa, from developing countries. SMR is number one question. When would they come to the market? We at IAEA have collected over 70 designs for SMRs from different countries. Obviously, maybe half a dozen of them will come to the market, and we hope that it will be in the next 5 to 6 years. The standardization and harmonization of approaches is important, and that's why in 2022 DG Grossi has launched NESI, which is a nuclear harmonization and standardization initiative, which brings together industry in one strain, so SMR, those companies which are thinking or building SMRs, and global or national regulators from around the world for a discussion how to make it happen that the employment of SMRs is also quicker than of large traditional nuclear reactors. Stakeholder engagement, something very important. The programs depend on leadership, as was mentioned by DG Magwood, but also on public acceptance. In areas like waste, the treatment of waste. As you know, this is one of the topics which a lot of resistance is created to nuclear energy because of this topic. Well, you know, you are the experts, you know the technical solutions for this problem exists. The problem is public acceptance. That's why in the IAEA we are bringing together the mayors and leaders of communities where nuclear facilities are located, and already later this week, later this month, from 26th to 30th of May in Vienna, there will be a first international conference on stakeholder engagement for nuclear power programs. The workforce, obviously, extremely challenging, and because of the demographics, but also because of attrition of expertise, and also, let's face it, the workforce has never been in this area gender balanced. It applies probably to all of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's why DG Grossi in 2020 launched Marie Curie Skłodowska Fellowship Program, a different Marie Curie program than the one run by the European Commission, but which supports the graduate level education of women in nuclear engineering, nuclear sciences. Around 760 female fellows from 129 countries have benefited from this program, generous support of scholarships, tuition at graduate level. In addition, we also launched the Lisa Meitner program, which is a separate one intended for young women working in nuclear domain, probably in their first work, to be able to be exposed to experience of a nuclear program in other countries. So it's a trip of a couple of weeks to get familiarized with the nuclear industry in another country. And 4 such batches of roughly 25-30 women have been dispatched. One is actually currently visiting Argentina. The previous ones have been to the United States and the Republic of Korea. New technologies. Well, artificial intelligence is a topic of the day everywhere now, very fashionable for research, for conferences. We see an interesting here involvement because on the one hand, we are actually using AI already in the work of the agency in some areas like image analysis and not only human resources. But also it is the global data centers that seem to be part of the demand for SMRs. We have been approached by companies which are interested in small modular reactors for the data centers. That's why we are holding in December, on the 3rd and 4th of December this year, the first international symposium on artificial intelligence and nuclear energy, again in Vienna. Nuclear fusion, a topic of great promise since many decades. Last year in Rome, the DG Grossi launched in November the World Fusion Energy Group, which will hold its second meeting in Chengdu, China, in middle of October this year. It all obviously could be challenged by financing, and this topic has been already raised by DG Megwood. DG Grossi has engaged proactively with both the previous and the current president of the World Bank, spoke to the governing bodies of the World Bank. I must say, preparing this, we were shocked to discover that the last loan that World Bank provided for a nuclear power plant was to Italy in 1957. Since that time, there has been a policy of not touching nuclear. And actually, the president of the World Bank, President Banga, when confronted with this news by DG Grossi, has started inquiring how this policy came about. There is some memo of really unclear origin and status, which has set World Bank policy for decades. And luckily, World Bank has engaged with us very seriously. I must say, when I saw one of the groups in Brussels, they sent 19 lawyers for one discussion, 19 World Bank lawyers for a discussion with our lawyers on some legal aspects of investment in nuclear. And indeed, we are hopeful that there is a change of course. Actually, some public announcement to this effect have been made in recent meetings of the Bretton Woods institutions and governing bodies. So in spite of all these challenges which I mentioned, I think we can remain optimistic. The source of optimism for me is also my home country, Poland, and how it has changed. I confess that I was born and raised in Warsaw, and this morning, when I was looking for this hotel, I couldn't recognize this part of Warsaw. I live on the opposite end, near Wilanów, and I remember this part of Warsaw from half a century ago. Now, the transformation matches anything we have seen in China. And this brings optimism to Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bilica, for those words. So time is running very, very fast. I think we have not so much time for additional questions. But I suggest perhaps, Madam Minister, to give us the final conclusion. What are the drivers for success of nuclear in Europe, especially in Poland? You have here all around almost 500 people from our industry, from our academic centers, from research, from innovation, the young generation is also here. How can we help you?
Okay, so works. Thank you very much. I do agree with all those statements here. I think that we have two main crucial things. I would say in the, let's say, different levels. The first one is the public acceptance. I do think that we do not have the big problem in Poland because 92% of the inhabitants are saying yes for nuclear. So it means that we do have this social acceptance. But I'm usually thinking about the way everything is okay, but not behind my fence. So it is not only acceptance, the social one, but also the, let's say, exactly in that specific place. So we have to work with the people to show them how it works and so on and so on. So the second thing is the leadership. I do agree with Mr. Magwood, absolutely. If we will not have the young leaders, it will not work. So we absolutely need the leader. We know quite simply, I would tell some political part, I have to. If we do not have the Donald Tusk, he is the leader, he is the European leader, we do not have, the Poland will be in a different, let's say, space right now. So it's quite simple to watch the leaders meet in Ukraine last week, and we know that the leadership is absolutely crucial everywhere, but in the nuclear must have. And the second thing is, I'm a woman, and I do believe that it is really important to have the woman involved because, you know, we need the leaders, and the leaders also coming from the different genders. The woman I do have in my ministry, majority of the directors are women. And the form of the I'm manager from the 30 years, and I know, and I was working with the men, by the way. So let's say the challenge is absolutely different. So it's absolutely crucial to have the division between the men and women. And the third thing is that we have to believe, and it must be kind of the trust and the partnership with the, let's say, other countries, and we have to work with the international organizations, that we can't do it by ourselves because it's not possible. We have to have the finances from the different, let's say, places, we have to involve the private business, and we have to make the partnership in business, in politics, in governmental, and organizations which are non-profit organizations. So for me, these are three main things, and I would say it is crucial for, let's say, developing what we have here, not only in Poland, but also in the world, right? We are not in China, so we do not have, let's say, these possibilities which are there. We not discuss about, let's say, their challenges, but here in Europe, we have the special point of view. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so I think we close this roundtable. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, we are coming with 6 minutes delay for the second session. I would like, first of all, to invite my co-chair, Elisabeth Guillot from Orano. Elisabeth, bienvenue. I will invite also the Director General of Nuclear Europe, Emmanuel Brutin. Bienvenue, welcome to Warsaw, to FISA EURADWASTE. We will have the MEP, Svetlana Penkova, that will join us, but at the end of the session. She's at a crucial vote at the European Parliament, at the ITRE committee. She will join us in around 35 minutes. I'm very glad to invite the European Economic and Social Committee, Baiba Miltovica, to the podium. And bienvenido Juan Carlos Lentijo, the chair of ENSREG, which is obviously the very important regulators authority on safety. We will have a certain diversity of session. For some speakers, there will be questions and answers, and that will be the case. Elisabeth will raise the questions to the first speaker and will introduce in detail Emmanuel Brutin. And then we will have a presentation by Baiba. Then we will go to Juan Carlos Lentijo from ENSREG. And finally, we will have a video connection, not message, but really real-life connection with Mrs. Penkova. I will immediately give the floor to Elisabeth, that will introduce the first speaker and ask the first question. Thank you.
Very good. Good morning, everyone. It's both a pleasure and an honor to be with you today and to commemorate this important plenary session. So my name is Elisabeth Guillot, and I worked as EU Affairs Manager at Orano, and I'm also a member of the General Secretariat of SNETP. And thank you to Poland to host us this year. Dziękuję. I'm delighted to introduce the first speaker, so Emmanuel Brutin. Emmanuel Brutin is the new Director General of Nuclear Europe since March 2025 and represents the European nuclear industry towards EU institutions and stakeholders. Emmanuel Brutin has worked in Brussels on energy and climate topics for nearly 20 years, with a previous position as director at the same bureau, the Association of the European Cement Industry, but also at National Grid's Brussels office. So, Emmanuel, I'm delighted to invite you on stage. Thank you. Oops.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth, and good morning to everybody. Many thanks for the invitation to this event, which is obviously a highly successful event, as I can see from the crowd today. So indeed, my name is Emmanuel. I started as Director General of Nuclear Europe just about 2 months ago, as Elizabeth explained. So for me, it is somewhat intimidating as a non-nuclear expert, actually, to come in front of such a diverse and expert crowd. What I'm going to do in the next few minutes is just to give you some highlights from the political perspective of where do we see ourselves in terms of investments and where we're going in terms of political priorities. So Nuclear Europe is the association of the European nuclear industry. We have as members 15 national nuclear forums, but we also have private companies as members. So we have 4 premium corporate members, which are among the largest utilities operating nuclear. So that's ČEZ, EDF, Fortum, and Vattenfall. But we also have a lot of corporate members, which includes, for instance, PEJ in Poland. So, of course, we're the voice of the European industry toward the EU institutions. Now, where are we in terms of nuclear development in the EU, and where are we going? So, today, you're probably aware that across the EU, we have a total capacity of about 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy. This corresponded actually last year to about 24% of Europe's electricity. So it still means that today nuclear is the largest source of decarbonized electricity in Europe. Now, we heard today, and in the previous panel, we already heard quite a lot about investments which will go on across Europe in the coming years. So actually, my team have done the calculation. We looked at the national energy and climate plans, which have been drafted by the EU member states, and we collected the data on nuclear. So when you add up this data from today 100 gigawatts, you end up in 2050 with a total installed capacity of about 143 gigawatts to be precise. So that's a significant increase. You will also remember that the EU member states, which are part of the Nuclear Alliance, which are actually meeting today in Warsaw, have committed themselves to 150 gigawatts. But basically what our own data shows is that we're on the way, at least in terms of investment planning. Now, that's of course a very significant portfolio of investments. It consists in both extending the lifetime of the existing plants, it consists in building new plants, and of course it also consists in developing SMRs, as was mentioned already several times this morning. Now, let me just highlight, what is the value of nuclear and why we think as Nuclear Europe it's actually very important that we succeed in our investments. A few months ago, we released a study which we conducted together with Compass Lexicon about the value of nuclear in an energy system. So what we asked Compass Lexicon to do was to compare from the existing 100 gigawatt capacity of nuclear across the EU, what would be the impact on the energy system if we move to 150 gigawatts by 2050? I will share with you just some of the figures of the findings. I think some of them are not very surprising. Compass Lexicon concluded that if we move from 100 to 150 gigawatt by 2050, we will save a lot of CO2. It is actually quantified this at 430 million tons of CO2. I guess for all of us experts in nuclear, it's of course no surprise. The second finding, which is also, I guess, not so surprising for me, is of course that nuclear is an excellent way to reduce our reliance on gas. So there again, moving from 100 to 150 gigawatts would allow to save about 180 billion cubic meters of gas. We also asked Compass Lexicon to assess the impact on hydrogen, and there the conclusion was very similar. Basically, we could cut the EU's reliance on hydrogen imports by 33%. But the finding, which for me was perhaps the most striking one, was the one on total energy costs. So we also asked Compass Lexicon what would be the impact in terms of energy system costs. Now, I think we all know that nuclear has a significant upfront cost. There's no question about it. But what was very interesting is Compass Lexicon quantified the savings brought by nuclear to 310 billion euros if we move from 100 to 150 gigawatts. Now, why is this? Why are we actually saving money thanks to nuclear? It's essentially because we're reducing the amount of money which is being spent on transmission costs and on balancing costs. So again, my purpose here is not to say nuclear is better than renewable, and that's actually not the purpose of the report. But the purpose of the report is really to show that actually growing nuclear capacity from 100 to 150 makes a lot of economic sense, also when we think from an energy system perspective. And I think that's really a message we need to convey to policymakers as loud as we can. Another finding which I wanted to share with you, so we also commissioned a study on the economic impact of the nuclear industry. We will actually reveal this study at the occasion of our upcoming event, annual event, which will take place on 4th and 5th of June in Brussels, and to which you're of course invited to look at our website and register. But anyway, the second study we've conducted with Deloitte, it's about the economic impact in terms of job, in terms of income, taxation income, as well as revenues. I will not share a whole series of figures, but just one which is, I think, relevant for all of us. Deloitte have calculated that today about 900,000 jobs across the EU depend directly, indirectly, and are induced by the nuclear industry. So it is quite a significant figure, indeed, 900,000 across the EU. Just to give you some perspective, we also asked Deloitte, okay, if we want to move to 150 gigawatt by 2050, how much would we need? So we would need to move from the existing 900,000 to 1.4 million jobs. So I think this very much echoes what was said in the previous panel, that yeah, we will need to hire a lot of people, and we will need to develop the supply chain. Now, let me just expand a bit on what are our key political priorities. I think that's important. When I arrived at Nuclear Europe, one of my first objectives was to agree with the board on our policy priorities, so I would like to share these with you. The first one is a clean industrial deal. As you know, the European Commission published an extremely important document earlier this year, aiming to maintain European industries in Europe. There will be a lot of legislation that will come out of this clean industrial deal, and it's very important that nuclear is fully recognized. So to take an example, we expect the European Commission shortly to publish what is called the Low Carbon Hydrogen Delegated Act. On this, I have to regret that up until now, what we hear from the Commission is actually that the issue of hydrogen made through nuclear PPAs will only be assessed as of 2028, even though there is apparently a commitment to speed things up. Our message there is very clear. We need technological neutrality. We need to support hydrogen from any source, including nuclear. As part of the Clean Industrial Deal, you have also some other initiatives, like, for instance, on state aid. It's a very important topic, including for the nuclear projects here in Poland, which are currently undergoing an in-depth investigation from the Commission. Our key message there is that we need to speed up these investigations so that projects can happen as soon as possible. The second priority which we've identified is financing. It was already quite heavily discussed. And of course, you're aware that in nuclear, cost of capital is a crucial issue for the sector. And there, to put it very simply, we need more access to financing, be it EU funding pods from which nuclear today is excluded. So there we hope that in particular with the upcoming EU budget discussion on the multi-annual framework, we will see these exemptions and these exclusions being revisited. And we also need more support from financial institutions. So it was pointed out earlier, we had some very good news earlier this year from the EIB, which financed a very large enrichment project from Orano, and that's a very positive signal, but we will need basically more of these in the coming years. The third priority is the issue of SMR. So again, something which was mentioned. Nuclear Europe is a proud member of the Industrial Alliance on SMRs. As a commissioner...
By the youth, actually, which is, I'm going to read it, irrespective of the sector, modern workplace is one of the important factors in attracting young professionals to specific jobs. What step in the nuclear industry taking to create work environments that align with expectations and need of the younger generation to ensure sector activity and retention by 2050?
Thank you. Thank you. And I will not take too much time because I've already used mine, but let me just remind you just what I said, that we will need to hire a lot of people indeed in the coming years. So today, around 900,000 jobs, but in the future, up to 1.4 million jobs. And indeed, we will need to recruit quite a lot of young people in the sector. If I take the example just of France, for their ongoing projects, they will need to hire 100,000 people in the coming decades. But 50,000 of these 100,000 are actually to replace retiring staff. So this tells you how much we will need to hire young people. So just to highlight a few initiatives which seem important to me. Firstly, working on a purpose-driven narrative. I think we need to really redefine how nuclear is perceived. So it's not just a technical field, it's actually really a climate solution and actually a provider of energy equity. And as an outsider until recently to the nuclear sector, I have to say I think we really need to work on this and be really proud of what is being done by the millions of workers which are today working in plants, in all the varieties of staff, be they nuclear engineers or electricians. All of these people are climate heroes. So I think we need to work very much on the pride and the purpose of the industry. Another thing is skills development, which I wanted to highlight. So I think it's very important that we continue working with universities and vocational institutes to attract young people. For instance, we have this wonderful Erasmus Mundus joint master's degree on nuclear physics, which is notably with the University of Caen, but also involves actually other universities in Spain and Italy. I think that's a very good example. We will need this international mobility in the future, very important to attract young people. And actually we will need it in terms of supply chain, because as I discussed a bit earlier, we see many projects happening across Europe. There will be a value chain issue, so we'll need actually the workforce to be mobile. But I think it's also a good way to attract this workforce to have this internal mobility program. Thank you.
It's now my pleasure to invite on stage Baiva Miltovica. Baiva has been appointed in 2020 as President of the Transport, Energy, Infrastructure and Information Society, the 10th section, at the European Economic and Social Committee. At the same time, she serves as International and EU Affairs Advisor at the Latvian National Association for Consumer Protection and actively cooperates with the European Consumer Association in Brussels. And in her previous mandate, she held a position as Vice President of the Diversity Europe Group. It's my pleasure to invite you on stage, Baiva. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't want to stand with my back to you. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear esteemed professionals in the field, and also the friends. I would particularly like to thank Director General for Research and Innovations. You did a really great job to make it happen, that this forum is here. So Dominique, Roger, and Safe, thank you so much. And of course, we need to thank Polish presidency, because also Polish presidency saw the potential also to host us here in the Warsaw. I would like to a bit reflect what we heard already in the previous panel. And actually, I would like to ask you, please don't skip the civil society organization's role, because without youngsters, without scientific world, without politicians, economists, and different analysis, civil society plays really important role. I come from the consumer organization, as was mentioned, and working in different levels. My colleague is here, Philippe Chary. He works in trade unions. And my other colleague will join us tomorrow, Alena Mastantuno. She comes from Czech Republic and works for the Chamber of Commerce. So all these sectors are really worried about energy prices, energy availability, and also energy that really runs our businesses, runs our everyday life. And consumers are really worried about cost of living crisis. So these topics are really important, and I think you need to engage, and you will be always finding that this discussion with civil society organizations can really open some doors. Also for the youngsters, we heard just now that we need to engage more youngsters, but we need environment around youngsters. We need that profession is having prestige. And how we create prestige, we need society acceptance, we need society acknowledgement that nuclear energy is one of the many other energy sources, and we need it in order to balance at different levels also regarding the cost and availability, and also environmental protection. As a 10th section president, I will share a little bit of work what we did in the recent years. We worked on the radioactive waste management, which is a topical issue of our committee. And I can tell you that management of radioactive waste is not merely a technical challenge. It is also about profound social issue that touches upon our collective future. Our opinion on radioactive waste management, civil society perspective, was adopted last year, 2024, October, and we talk about necessity of inclusive engagement, openness and transparency with civil society organizations in all areas of radioactive waste management. We advocate for member states to utilize available funding to enhance the capacity of civil society groups, particularly those in communities near nuclear installations, near living to these installations, enabling them to participate independently in projects and studies assessing participation and transparency practices in radioactive waste management. Our collaboration with the European Commission, notably with DG Research and Innovation, has been instrumental. So we held a conference incorporating civil society views into the decision-making process. There were so many civil society organizations saying we are coming from the countries where we don't have nuclear energy plants, but we never knew that our hospital, our polyclinic, our health institution is producing radioactive waste. So the crucial question for civil society organizations, where we store, how we manage this radioactive waste management. This event not only facilitated dialogue with civil society organizations, but we also delegated participation in EURAD II, ensuring that voice of civil society remains an integral part of the ongoing discourse on radioactive waste management. Also, ESC involvement is a testament to our belief that effective radioactive waste management requires more than just scientific expertise. It demands active participation of all those who think that most affected by the decisions made today, and also we need to integrate the youth views. Through EURAD II, we aim at ensuring that the voices of civil society are not only heard, but are instrumental in shaping the future of radioactive waste management. As we convene here in Warsaw, let us remember that our discussions will set the path for this decision that will resonate for generations to come. And the safe and responsible management is not solely the responsibility of policymakers, it is also our collective responsibility that requires the engagement of all sectors of society. I call upon all stakeholders, governments, industry, academia, civil society, renew their commitment to transparency, inclusivity, and collaboration. Let us work together to develop solutions that are not only technically feasible, but also socially accepted and environmentally just. And inclusion, ESC stands ready to continue its partnership, not only with the European Commission on EURAD, but also on many other initiatives that are there in order to work and reflect the policymakers' work and give feed from the civil society perspective. Thank you so much. I will be short, knowing that the time limit for all of us is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baiba. Now I would like to welcome Juan Carlos Lentijo. Juan Carlos is the current chairman of the NSREG, the European Nuclear Safety Group at EU level, ensuring the highest standard of nuclear safety in Europe. And Juan Carlos became president of the Spanish regulator in April 2022, previously served as Deputy Director General and head of the Department of Nuclear Safety and Security at the IAEA for 9 years. Juan Carlos, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues at the panel, dear distinguished guests, and dear colleagues and friends, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your invitation to participate in this FISA EURADWASTE 2025 conference. Of course, it's a great honor for me to participate in my capacity as NSREG chair. That means that I am going to provide a different perspective of the words that have been said so far. Therefore, let me provide just a few words about NSREG. Well, NSREG was established in 2007 as an initiative of the European Commission with the aim to provide advice on nuclear safety as well as on radioactive waste management safety, and also to promote and to strengthen the exchange of experience and information among the nuclear regulators in the European Union. According to NSREG mission, our work program is focused on the implementation of the European directives, both the one on nuclear safety and the one on radioactive waste management safety. Secondly, to conduct stress tests, to develop, after that, the subsequent national action plans, and to promote and to implement peer review missions across Europe. Firstly, they are called the topical peer review missions, which are focused on specific topics. For example, the one which is nowadays ongoing is focused on fire protection for nuclear power plants. And after that, the main lessons and gaps are, let's say, included in national action plans. And secondly, we promote also the deployment of IAEA missions in Europe as they are mandatory for European Union member states. Specifically, I mean IRRS missions of the IAEA and Artemis mission, one for the regulatory framework and the other one for the radioactive waste management or strategies in each country. And last but not least, one of the missions of ENSREC is to promote openness, transparency, and communication activities with the idea to impulse the public participation in all the domains related to nuclear reactors and waste management. Our structure of work is composed by 3 working groups. One is focused on nuclear safety and international cooperation. The second one is aimed to cover the issue of waste management and decommissioning. And last but not least, the working group 3 is focused on transparency and arrangements. ENSREC is fully committed to ensuring the safety of nuclear reactors and waste management across Europe, which, well, both of them are essential topics for this conference. According to our program of work for 2024-2026, our main activities in the field of nuclear safety includes, firstly, regulatory oversight and updates on safety standards. One of the core responsibilities of ENSREC and the regulators, in general speaking, is to ensure that Europe's nuclear reactors meet the highest safety standards. And in addition, that these standards are continuously updated and modernized in line with the latest scientific research, scientific progress, technological advancements, and operational experience. Secondly, to focus on safety assessments for new reactor technologies. As part of our ongoing efforts to modernize the nuclear regulations, ENSREC will also focus on the safety assessment of innovative technologies, and in particular for small modular reactors. We consider this is one of our main duties to enhance the regulation and to ensure a safe development and deployment of SMRs. In this regard, in November 2024, the plenary of ENSREC decided to establish a task force on SMRs with several objectives. The main one is to collect lessons and good practices on early reviews and pre-assessments of specific SMR designs and technologies by the European Union regulators, then to facilitate the interaction with the European Industrial Alliance on SMRs, and to identify regulatory challenges and gaps that need to be addressed in the future. Furthermore, I would like to highlight that ENSREC is formally an observer in the governance board of the European Industrial Alliance for SMRs, which allows us to emphasize that nuclear safety is an overriding priority, including for the design, siting, construction, operation, etc. And thirdly, to advance the European and to promote a European context for safety culture. In this context, ENSREC is focused on promoting a strong nuclear safety throughout the whole European Union, with the aim to create a regulatory environment that is not only effective and efficient, but also transparent and collaborative. Moving on to waste management, this area is also of critical importance to the discussions here at this conference, and the main or the key contributions of ENSREC in this field include, firstly, about the long-term waste management strategies. ENSREC tries to play a key role in supporting the development of long-term waste management strategies. In this regard, ENSREG work program underlines the importance of developing safe, secure, and scientifically sound solutions for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel and waste management, specifically for high-level waste. ENSREG supports member states in adopting advanced technologies that can reduce the environmental footprint of radioactive waste and promote sustainable practices in the nuclear industry. In the field of public engagement and communication, ENSREG, one of the core responsibilities is for ENSREG, is to recognize the critical need for public trust in radioactive waste. There is a strong emphasis on improving public engagement and transparency in decision-making processes related to waste management. And last but not least, international cooperation. ENSREG also works to share best practices on waste management at the international level, including among the regulators. ENSREG also impulses collaboration with organizations like the IAEA and the NEA, which help ensuring that European strategies are well aligned with the global best practices. And looking at the future, as we consider the future of nuclear energy, it is evident that nuclear safety and radioactive waste management will continue to be a top priority. ENSREG will continue to play a leading role in ensuring that safety is never compromised and that waste management strategies are both effective and sustainable. ENSREG is fully committed to collaborating with all stakeholders, including regulators, industry, policymakers, and of course the civil society, to establish and sustain a robust regulatory system across Europe. Collaboration that is happening, for example, today here, is a good indication of the strength of international nuclear community. Allow me to emphasize our long-term responsibility not only to member states and their citizens today, but also to the generations to come. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your dedication to this vital work of ensuring safety and sustainability of nuclear energy and waste management. I thank you.
Many thanks, Juan Carlos. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very glad now to invite on the screen, but in real time, the Member of Parliament, Svetlina Penkova, which is connected. I met Mrs. Penkova in Varna 2 years ago, and I was impressed by her enthusiasm, her fresh mind, also a motivation on new technology. Svetlina Penkova is also very active at the ITR committee. Apologize, you put it very close to me. At the ITR committee, the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, where we go often from the Commission side with my colleagues from DG GROW, and thanks Nikos to be with us, with DG NR, and thanks Ghislain also to be with us, and the GRC colleagues. Svetlina Penkova studied economics and finance in Oxford, in Bocconi, and other universities. She is also the president of the European Energy Forum, and she's with us today. And thank you very much, Svetlina, and we are listening to you. Thank you.
Hello, I hope you can hear me and you can see me.
Perfectly.
Perfect, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for having me speak and discuss on this important topic. Please do accept my apologies for not being present with you at this point, but I'm sure I've listened very carefully to the speakers so far, and I'm sure the messages from the European Parliament would be key for the further debate and the discussion, even presented online. So thank you for the very nice words of introduction. So it is true, as the Vice Chair of the Energy Committee at the European Parliament and the nuclear support group that we have here, I do have a very strong commitment to ensure in helping the development of the EU nuclear industries, which should grow stronger and accessible for the decades to come ahead. So we've seen, and it has already been acknowledged, that there is a renewed, let's call it renewed attention towards nuclear energy in the last few years. So in the previous mandate of the European Parliament, we did fight a lot for the delegated act for the EU taxonomy in order to define and include nuclear energy as a green and sustainable energy source. And we've also had a very strong commitment to ensure that the Net Zero Industry Act includes nuclear energy as part of the strategic pillars of industries and technologies the EU should invest and should develop in. So I will try to address some of the key questions that has been posed at today's discussion, which have already been touched upon, and maybe I would repeat some of the key messages that has been mentioned by the previous speakers, but the repetition is not to bore the audience, but to re-emphasize that from the different perspectives of the speakers, we do all acknowledge the obstacles and the challenges we're facing. So, of course, first I will touch upon to address the political support and how it has been evolving in the European Parliament. So, it has shifted quite noticeably in the last few years. So at the moment, I would say that the majority of the European Parliament has a positive attitude towards the nuclear energy development. So it's a bit more balanced and pragmatic approach. So we do see that there is a strong recognition that nuclear energy is needed and low carbon energy source that must play a central role if we want to reach our decarbonization targets. Nuclear energy is the way to ensure that we have a stable base load supply of energy that would also help us reduce the reliance on external energy sources. Of course, having said that, we need to acknowledge that there is still divergences between the member states. They're quite often shaped by the historical, geographic, or economic factors. However, having said that, we do see an effort for alignment among policy members that do an effort to not exclude any of the green technologies that can support the energy transition. As I've already mentioned, the inclusion of nuclear under the EU taxonomy was the right step in the direction and to be able to be having the debate we're having today. Moreover, at the moment, we do acknowledge and we see a very growing momentum around the small modular reactor. So in the previous mandate of the European Parliament, we did pass a legislation, an own initiative report of the European Parliament, which asked for a coordination and a common EU action in the field of SMRs, the strategy, the regulation, and the development of those technologies. The recently created EU SMR Alliance, which was initiated by the European Commission, is precisely what was needed as a clear commitment and the signal from the EU institution. I will do a bit of a clarification here from the political perspective, the way the debate around SMRs is building up in the European Parliament. So SMRs promise not only a low carbon footprint, but also flexibility, scalability, and safety enhancement. However, we should again be pragmatic and realistic and we should not consider them as a silver bullet or the technology that can resolve all of our problems. So we do have the political commitment to consider them as a complementary technology to the big baseload reactors. So if I have to summarize how the political perspective on nuclear energy is changing, it's evolving in a positive direction. And the debate currently is moving beyond ideology, but more towards the evidence-based approach, which is, of course, the security-conscious and the forward-looking discourse that would guarantee us competitive advantage. I will touch upon the two other topics that have been discussed as a key questions here. And of course, the second topic is, having said everything so far, how can we ensure that there are sufficient policies or action at the EU level to strengthen and to preserve the EU technological leadership in nuclear? So it's needless to say that we have a very proud legacy in nuclear research and innovation in Europe, starting from Euratom, going through the ITER project in southern France. So our leadership tradition and experience is clear for everyone. However, the leadership is not inherited, and it must be continuously renewed, defended, and developed. So if I have to summarize what we need to do to ensure that we strengthen and keep that leadership, I will summarize it in four main points here. So first of all, we really need to invest significantly in the next generation nuclear technologies. So this means that we might have to start thinking about dedicated funding in Horizon Europe and its successor programs for projects like advanced modular reactors, fast reactors, nuclear cogeneration for hydrogen and heat. So this also, of course, involves scaling up the public-private partnership to accelerate the development both from innovation aspect and from the funding one. Second, this was already mentioned by almost everyone, we really need to address the skills gap. So, unfortunately, the nuclear workforce in Europe is aging, so we need really EU-wide coordinated initiatives to attract and train the next generation of nuclear engineer, physicists, and technicians. So, European universities and technical institutes must be empowered and incentivized to develop the partnerships with the industry and with the research centers. So we have to make this industry very prestigious and attractive as it used to be a few decades ago. Third, the regulatory harmonization, as I've already mentioned in the intro remarks, is crucial. We still see some disparities in licensing and probably safety standards between member states. However, I really need to make that strong emphasis here. In terms of safety standards, the EU ones, like basically of all the member states, are considered as one of the best quality in the world and the highest safety standards. So we just need to work a bit more on the harmonization, because if we don't do that, we are risking slowing down some of the innovations that are about to come. So a coordinated EU framework developed with a very close cooperation with the national regulators and stakeholders would really streamline the approval process and maintain at the same time the highest safety standards. And fourth, last but not least, we must recognize the strategic dimension of nuclear technologies. I've already said that some of the steps have already been made in the Net Zero Industry Act and in the Critical Raw Materials Act, but we really need to enforce them and put them into the practice, because the strategic autonomy in the nuclear sector is not just about energy, it's also about resilience and sovereignty. So, of course, if I have to speak from my personal perspective, being Bulgaria, I can say that countries like mine, with a very strong and long-lasting experience with the existing nuclear energy plants, with the infrastructure and the skilled workers, we're ready to support and to lead the pan-European revival of the nuclear excellence. And last but not least, I will touch upon on the steps we need to take specifically from the European Parliament to foster the cross-border R&D and innovation projects in the nuclear sector. So here there are a bit more specific steps, which of course it was already touched upon. We need to speak about cross-border cooperation as the key factor to success. But a few more specific steps would be, first, we need to strengthen the support for joint R&D and innovation platforms. So the Parliament can and will advocate for increased funding for instruments such as Horizon Europe, Euratom research and training programs, and the European Innovation Council, which are there is a clear mandate for cross-border nuclear projects in all this. Second, the Parliament can push for nuclear important projects of common European interest, which would support cutting-edge projects across multiple countries, which would, of course, reduce the fragmentation and leverage the scale. And last example I would give in this specific aspect is promoting an integrated European approach on SMR deployment. So, of course, we do support strongly the initiative from the European Commission, which is the European SMR Alliance, but we need to require more cooperation across borders. So we need to, from this perspective, where I can see the role of the Parliament and the parliamentarians is by shaping the public narratives. So fighting against disinformation and fostering a bit more informed and informed debate, which is based on facts and which is led by the experts. So because let's be clear here, when we're speaking about everything that has been said so far, we need to acknowledge that public acceptance of nuclear energy still remains uneven across the EU, of course, varying from member state to member state. And I do believe that the European Parliament, through the parliamentarians, must be a platform for transparency, engagement, and trust building with the EU citizens. I will conclude here because I spoke for probably longer than I was meant to, but I want to thank you for the attention. So in conclusion, we're clear the moment is building. With the right policy mix, with the political will and with the public engagement, we can really boost the excellence of the nuclear energy technologies in the EU. We can keep our leadership and we can lead the innovation in the sector worldwide. Let us not be the passive observers of the global energy race, but let's be the architects of our own sustainable, secure and sovereign future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Svetlina. You listened to the applause. We have more than 400 colleagues here in Warsaw. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck, good work at the committee, that you are very active. Thanks for your support, and we are glad to see you very soon in different opportunities. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, we are arriving at the end of the session. I know that Elizabeth had many questions also from the youth generation. We tried to raise some. Many thanks to all the speakers for for having detailed some of the answer in the different fields, from investments, deployment, regulatory aspects, stakeholder involvement in nuclear. We have now a coffee break, and we will resume in half an hour. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Please, if you are so kind to be seated for starting this high-level third plenary of the day. We'll have more time for chat after and the lunch break. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome everyone to this high-level third plenary of the day. We have our wonderful panelists already here. We are just waiting for one more. And let me introduce my co-moderator of this session, Virginie. Virginie Solans is a specialist in radioactive materials at NAGRA in Switzerland. Her work is focused on high-level waste topics, ranging from decay heat uncertainty to HLW optimization. She took part in different European projects like EURAD Working Package 8 on spent nuclear fuel characterization and EURAD 2, the Working Package 17, on criticality safety for final disposal. She is also in the advisory board of NAGRA for artificial intelligence, and she was previously working at Uppsala University in Sweden.
And I'm going to introduce the other moderator. So it's Dr. Amparo Soler Martinez. She's an industrial engineer with a PhD in nuclear engineering and over a decade of experience in nuclear safety and fuel management for Spanish nuclear power plants. She leads the nuclear energy department at NFQ and was recognized with the Femme Ingénieure Award in 2020 as one of Europe's top young female nuclear engineers. As president of the Women in Nuclear in Spain, and the annual conference teams leader at WIN Global. She's deeply committed to empowering women and inspiring the next generation in the nuclear sector.
Thank you. Thank you, Virginie. So after our introduction as moderators, we will go with our first speaker. So our first speaker is Guillaume Biot, and he's the director of the Nuclear Industry Department at the Directorate General for Energy and Climate in the French Ministry of Energy Transition. At the French Ministry for Finances, he served as deputy director at the Directorate for Budget, after having served as Chief of Staff and Head of Coordination Office at the Directorate for Fiscal Law. His first appointments were at the French Nuclear Safety Authority, as Head of the Normandy Division, then as Senior Advisor and Director for Management and Transformation. So please, Guillaume, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amparo. Dear colleagues, good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you to the organizers for their invitation. Thank you to the Polish presidency for hosting us today. I'm very happy to be here as nuclear is getting a new momentum worldwide. And this is particularly the case in France, and so I'd like to explain why, while replacing this question into the broader context of French energy policy. We all share in Europe the objective to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. And so for France, what this means in concrete ways is that we need to get rid of 2/3 of our fossil fuels, which still account for our energy mix. And so to achieve this, we need to rely on two things. The first one is on consumption. We need to reduce it by 40 to 50%, which is huge. And this is a key condition to reach carbon neutrality. If we don't reduce consumption, there is no way of achieving carbon neutrality in 2050 in France. And so for this challenging objective, we need to have big transformations in transportation, in manufacturing, also in housing. And for instance, we activate massive public support, for instance, 3 billion euros in 2024, just for energy savings in housing in France. So that's big. The second point we need to rely on is that we need to electrify our energy use while still relying on a low carbon electricity production, and we need to ensure security of supply. So for this, we need to rely both on nuclear and on renewables. Indeed, we need to build renewables in the next decades, in particular offshore wind, which are the first projects going up in France. We also need to keep a strong basis of nuclear production, and consolidated studies on the whole energy system, and this has been underlined by Emmanuel Brutin previously this morning. These studies show that this is cost effective when you account for flexibilities, when you account for network costs. And so it's also robust when we think about the industrial challenge we have upon us. Building renewables takes industrial capacity, building nuclear also takes industrial capacity, and so we need to be realistic in this and rely on both legs. So today, nuclear energy accounts for 70% of electricity production, and our existing reactors are reaching an average age of 40 years. And so if we continue operating them up to 60 years, and also if we start building new reactors, we could reach by 2050 a share in the electricity mix of 50% of electricity coming from nuclear, which is less than today. Yet it would be important, and the pace of construction that would be needed to achieve this part of nuclear in the electricity mix is still ambitious. And so the first operation of new nuclear in France, we expected around 2038, 2040. So this being said, you understand why the French nuclear industry is facing a very ambitious challenge for the next 30 years, maybe more to come, and that's the biggest industrial project for our country in the coming years. So first, the construction of 6 new EPR2 types reactors, as has been announced by President Macron in 2022. Second, and that is also very important, we need to rely on long-term operation of the existing nuclear fleet, and so to invest in this fleet and to have good maintenance with the highest possible production availability. And then, what is more, we need also to renew our facilities for the nuclear fuel cycle. So there are 3 big items calling for strong mobilization. So studies have already been launched on operating existing power plants up to 50 years, then 60 years, and we hope to get a position from our safety authority by 2027. For the existing fleet, it's very important to secure production levels of existing reactors by optimizing the maintenance programs of the reactors. And a lot has been done by the utility, French utility EDF, to get rid of stress corrosion concerns that impacted availability in 2022 and 2023. Now they are mainly solved, and so we are hoping to secure this production in the coming years. Regarding new nuclear, so we are preparing to build 3 pairs of EPR2 type reactors on existing sites, namely Penly in Normandy, Gravelines in northern France, and Bugey near Lyon, for a total of 10 gigawatts of installed power. And this program, this first program, could be complemented by a second stage of 13 gigawatt installed power, which is not yet confirmed, that could complement. And we have made progress on the financing of this program, which should be secured through a subsidized state loan and also a long-term guaranteed price among the scheme that was approved by the European Commission for the Dukovany power plant in Czech Republic. In addition to large power, France also supports innovation through the development of small modular reactors and advanced modular reactors through its public investment program that is called France 2030. 11 projects have already been supported by this plan, and we are also hoping for non-electricity applications on this program. And the second stage of selection has just been opened, focusing on the perspective to build a first prototype in France in the first part of the 2030 decade. And so on this, we really welcome the European Industrial Alliance on SMR that is gathering many powerful nuclear industrial actors, and this is the beginning, and it could consolidate the European supply chain for SMRs, but also for the nuclear sector as a whole. Reactors do not function well without a strong fuel cycle, and we are investing also in the fuel cycle. First, as regards the front end of the fuel cycle, France is consolidating its capacity by expanding its enrichment plant at Tricastin. And this project and others could help lower the exposure to Russia of European countries. It is a very good signal that the European Investment Bank is participating to this project. It has been mentioned already, and I would like to thank the EIB for its support. Regarding the back end of the fuel cycle, France is also getting prepared to continue its reprocessing and recycling policy in accordance with the life frame of our new nuclear program that is at least up to the end of this century. And so studies are now being carried out, first to continue the operation of the current reprocessing and MOX production plants as long as all the safety requirements are fulfilled. And second, we want also to prepare for their renewal, and they would be co-located at the La Hague site. So studies have already been launched on this very important work stream. We also want at political level to define a roadmap for closing the nuclear fuel cycle with fast neutron reactors and the associated fuel cycle on the second half of this century. And so we want to propose this roadmap to decision makers in 2026 with decisions that could be taken and options that could be activated among the next years. To complete this program, it has been said, and I want to repeat it, we need a strong European cooperation based on technological neutrality for reducing carbon emission. And so I want to thank the Commission for all the initiatives going on, and the one that will come, I'm thinking about the PINK initiative, the Nuclear Illustrative Program, for instance. To complete this, we also need, and it has been said, a comprehensive human resources. So the French nuclear industry, it's more than 3,000 companies, annual sales about 50 billion euros, and 220,000 people. So this is big, yet at the same time, there is a need for new resources, and just for France, we will need to hire 100,000 people in the next 10 years, which is huge. So on this, I believe there is a qualitative challenge in skills. There is also a quantitative challenge. And to meet this challenge, we need to think globally, directly at European level, to phase well between projects the resources that could be mobilized to each of them in a smooth way. Of course, the first lever for this is the attractivity of the nuclear sector, and the perception is evolving in the general public, slowly but quite strongly, to identify nuclear as a key asset for lowering carbon emissions. and fighting climate change. So this is the challenge of our century, and this speaks to everyone, especially to the younger ones. What is more, industrial jobs pay well and they are stable when there are long-term perspectives, and that's why we are trying in France to have a program that is well designed over the century to mobilize the whole industry behind it. A huge potential is also to attract more women in nuclear, and I welcome the fact that I'm the single man in this panel. Mentorship could be a strong tool for this. And the example of amazing careers led by women, even when such paths were even harder to achieve, are a very good signal. I also believe a key point is to build the bridge between experienced nuclear professionals and new ones. The training capacity of big companies is key, but also I believe startups could play a special role in identifying new talents for nuclear, brilliant ones, digital ones that could join nuclear. I'm convinced that competence building is a European task, and France is fully committed to reach its Paris Agreement objectives, and so we need a strong international nuclear workforce to achieve it, and please, let's do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Director Burit. So now I'm going to introduce the next speaker. It's Aneta Korschitz. She is the director of the Radioactive Waste Management Plant. She graduated from Bydgoszcz University of Science and Technology, where she earned the degree in chemical technology. Since 2005, she has been professionally affiliated with the Radioactive Waste Management Plant, and she has served as director since October 1st, 2022. For many years, she has been actively involved in initiatives aimed at raising public awareness about radioactive waste management in Poland. She places particular emphasis on effective communication with the residents of Rożon, the town where the National Radioactive Waste Repository is located. Her work focuses on ensuring the safe and responsible handling of radioactive waste in line with the highest national and international standards. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to picture for you the very brief management of radioactive waste in Poland, and the very important topic for environmental protection and public safety, especially with the plans of development of nuclear power in Poland. Let's start with the definition of radioactive waste, which we can find in Polish atomic law. Radioactive waste is any material that contains radioactive substances that is no longer used. But we are classified the radioactive waste into three categories in Poland. Low-level radioactive waste includes items like clothing, contaminated tools with a low amount of radiation. Intermediate level waste requires shielding during handling and disposal, and high level waste mainly spent nuclear fuel. In Poland, waste are generated mainly in nuclear medicine. These are waste which coming from cancer treatment and diagnosis. Scientific research, for example, research reactor Maria, and of course production of radioisotopes which are used in nuclear medicine. And the last source of radioactive waste is industry, mainly disused steel sources, for example, smoke isotopes detectors. As recent data, Poland generates mostly low and intermediate level waste. We collect every year average 50 cubic meters of liquid waste and 70 cubic meters of solid waste. The total inventory includes 60,000 sealed radioactive sources, mostly from industry and medicine, as I mentioned, and over 5,000 cubic meters of institutional waste from hospitals and research centers. Radioactive waste management plant is a state-owned facility which is responsible for management of radioactive waste. Our main task is to protect people and the environment from harmful effects of ionizing radiation and by managing radioactive waste safely and efficiently. Our main goal is to transport, storage, and disposal of radioactive waste generated in our country. We are responsible also for communication and education activities in the field of radioactive waste. Our headquarters is in Otwock near Warsaw, and only operational radioactive waste repository is in Różan, which some of you will see tomorrow. In the repository, we store low and intermediate level short-lived and long-lived waste and dispose low and intermediate level short-lived waste. This repository was located in the old military fort, which was built in the beginning of 20th century, and it has been operating since 1961. Of course, it's constantly monitored and upgraded to meet safety standards. The disposal process contains 4 main steps: collection and transport, treatment, and conditioning, which are taking place in our headquarters in Otwock, and the last step, storage and disposal, is done in Różan. ZUOP operates the repository under strict national and international regulations. We are continually monitor the environment on the repository. We are checking the elements of the environment such as water, grass, soil, and air. Every year we are making 1,500 tests to ensure the environmental safety. Poland's, excuse me, it doesn't work? Yes. Poland's future nuclear power plants are the most, and the amount of waste will be increased. The key challenges for us is to build a new facility. On the picture you can see the visualization of the disposal facility in the new repository. To conclude my presentation, I would like to emphasize that Poland currently manages its radioactive waste in a safe and controlled way. As the nuclear energy develops, responsible for waste management, we will become more important for our country's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, this is the most challenging moment for me in this panel. It's trying to pronounce properly the name of our third speaker. So it's Agnieszka Polo. Good. Professor Agnieszka Polo presently, since April 5th, 2005, plays the role of an acting director of National Center for Nuclear Research in Poland. Before, she was a scientific director of National Center for Nuclear Research since October 2023. On the scientific side, Professor Polo is an astrophysicist. She focuses on research on observational cosmology, statistics of the large-scale structure of the universe, galaxy evolution, multidimensional data analysis, and astroinformatics. Professor Polo graduated from the Faculty of Physics at the University of Warsaw. and she obtained her PhD in physics at the Nicolae Copernicus Astronomical Center in Warsaw as well in 2000. And her habilitation in physics in 2011 at this Jagiellonian, this is even harder, university. She received the title of Professor of Physical Science in 2021. So, please.
Thank you very much. So, I guess I'm going to have some slides to show you as well, but at first, I think that's my duty as the director of the organizing institute of this event to thank our co-organizers, which means the European Commission and our Ministry of Industry, as well as to thank our sponsors, which are Westinghouse, OSGE, SNETP, King's, Nuclear Collaboration Center, NCC, Framatome, and Arabel Solutions. So thank you very much, and hope for equally good collaboration on future projects. And my address will be the short presentation of our institute, maybe in hope that in the future we will have even more collaboration and interactions with all of you in the field of nuclear research and nuclear industry. And in spite of me being an astrophysicist, I'm still a professor of physics, so hopefully I know something about nuclear things as well, and more every day. You can believe me. So our institute is located similarly as ZUOP, which was presented by Aneta a while ago, 30 kilometers from here in Otwock. And this is the view of the institute. Many of you have already been here. Those who have not been are welcome to visit. Very nice place, but also, as you can see, a big place. In fact, this is practically the largest research institute in Poland, not only in physics, but in general. It employs almost 1,200 employees. Back in the past, it was even larger than that, so maybe we can grow again now that nuclear research and nuclear industry is getting back into power. We employ scientific staff, professors and researchers at the doctoral degree. We have also a doctoral school, and we have quite a good scientific output. But this is also a complicated structure. You can see in this picture, in this image, that it's many buildings, but it also means many divisions inside. The heart of the institute is, of course, the nuclear reactor, but around this reactor we have many activities built with different purposes to go in different directions. We are involved in many scientific and industrial projects, also international. We have, for example, a very high success rate in European projects, higher than the average in Poland. We collaborate scientifically, practically with all the world and all the Europe as well, so I guess many of you are also on that list. On the scientific side, which is probably a bit less of interest here, we collaborate with the largest research institutions in the world, including involvement in many CERN projects, also at the level of building the hardware, but also significant contribution to the scientific research. We have a supercomputing center, which is also very actively working on one side for nuclear computations, nuclear industry, simulations of our reactor and our reactors, but also it's the tier 1 center for one of the main CERN projects, which also shows its capability to store big data, to develop new directions in analyzing data, both nuclear and otherwise. Then Maria. Maria is the only nuclear reactor which is working at Poland at this moment. This is a research reactor, as I said, so its role is not producing energy. Its role is to serve for research purposes, but also it is used for another purpose, which I will show in the next slide. And this is now, after restoration it underwent recently and is still undergoing, one of the most modern research reactors in the world and one of the best neutron sources you might have. And here is this new control room, and its main role, in addition to scientific research, is the participation in the production of radiopharmaceuticals. So nuclear energy, if somebody asks, and nuclear research is not only energy, is not only not so peaceful applications, but it's also direct saving of human life. And in our Polatom Center, we are producing medicines per 17 million patients a year, which means 400,000 patients a week. That's, I think, quite a significant achievement for a research institute, even if it does not translate directly into big earnings, because unfortunately, this is not this kind of a market that earns very well, and our radiopharmaceuticals are exported practically to all the countries all over the world. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we have the whole structure around, because the research reactor as it is cannot exist by itself. We need, for example, nuclear equipment to be built. So we have a division to build nuclear equipment, instruments, electronics. We have a division which is building accelerators, also for medical use and for the purpose of border control, civil protection, for example. So this is our newest medical accelerator for intraoperative radiation therapy. Presently, we are in a bit difficult phase of building some new additional infrastructure. It's difficult because, as you can imagine, in the worldwide situation right now, building infrastructure is challenging. But our goal is to have a new research infrastructure, research device, which is a free electron laser. This is a POLFEL project. This would be also for research of biological medical material. We are building, we have and are on the way of making usable the cyclotron. This will be also an alternative source for radionuclei for radiopharmaceuticals. And coming back to other usages of nuclear energy, we are also working in the area of nuclear reactors, but this time small reactors. For example, the project we are working now is hot gas temperature cooled reactors, small reactors which can be used for production of hot temperature, hot vapor for industry for industry in general. So this is something we may have working or we are working now on in the future. And in addition to that, we have also, of course, the Department of Fundamental Research. And since we are a research institute, fundamental research is essential to think about future things, new applications of nuclear research. And I personally believe that in this field, not everything has been done yet. We still have things to do. So, for example, we have a world-leading team working on super heavy nuclei synthesis, but it's not the only thing we are working on. So, again, thanks to our co-organizers and sponsors, and I think I have used my time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Director Polo. Now I'm going to introduce the next speakers that are actually doing a joint presentation. So it's Andrea Kolowski and Miriam Diaz. Andrea Kolowski is the Executive Chair of the European Nuclear Society Young Generation Network. She graduated in Production and Energy Management and a European Masters in Nuclear Applications. Since 2020, she is working on her PhD at Strathclyde University in Glasgow, focusing on chemical, mechanical, and physical properties of sustainable substitutes for pulverized fly ash in cement for encapsulation of low-level wastes. Miriam Diaz Hernandez holds a double master degree in nuclear engineering from the Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya and the ENSTN in Paris. She is engineering and claims manager as Aseguradores de Riesgos Nucleares, the nuclear risk insurers, where she conducts technical inspections of nuclear power plants worldwide and represents Spain in the engineering committee of the global nuclear insurance pools. Previously, she worked at the Technacom as the instructors for licensed reactor operators. Miriam is the vice president of the Spanish Young Nuclear Generation, promoting young leadership in the nuclear sector. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yay, the presentation is there. So before I start, and to know exactly in which direction I should be going with my presentation, can I get a small hand sign of all those people who already heard of ENSYGN? Okay. Who of you know what ENSYGN is? Yeah, that was my expectation. Like, you can hear of us, but what do we do and who are we exactly? Are we like a sect or are we like random people just getting together? I'm here to just educate you. No, I'm telling you about it, basically. So ENSYGN is the shortcut for European Nuclear Society Young Generation Network, and you see already it's a very long word that's always call us ENSYGN, and we will be happy about that. So we comprise members and observers. On the slide, I'm going to show on that one. You can see basically in yellow the countries who are our members currently. In stripe, these are current active members in our mother society, but they do not have a young YGN section. And in blue, you can see observers, which are countries with no mother society. Seems very complicated, it's actually very easy. Every country or majority of countries in Europe have nuclear societies, which is a conglomeration of people in the nuclear sector, could be companies, research centers, or whatever, and they're just working together, they're meeting, they do activities, etc. And majority of them have young sections because young people are very important. They do have sometimes different needs than people who are already in for several years. And the YGNs in every country have different opportunities for the young people. Can it be like helping finding courses, giving educational session for training, additional courses, meetups, etc., etc. We also have observers, so these are members who are not part of our mother society agglomeration, but with whom we work very close with. We're not best friends, but very good friends, and we always have activities together, etc. So actually, what do we do? I made a small rocket for those who are young, so they see that being part of ENS-YGN or any YGN can boost or rocket a bit your personal and your professional growth. So on the base, we represent. So when you say, oh, I would like to be part of ENS-YGN, this doesn't work, you are automatically a part of ENS-YGN if you're part of a national YGN. You just go to your nation and say, I want to be part, use the opportunities, and that's great. And ENS-YGN is using such opportunities as were given to us, for example, at FISA EURADWASTE, where we had the opportunity for the Youth Day yesterday, which we were very grateful. It's a very great opportunity for young people. So we represent you basically at events, conferences, at our core committee meetings. This is where we country-wise meet and talk. We provide you connection. So we have our conference coming up, ENYGF, in 2 weeks, which is a 2-year upcoming conference for young professionals and students. It's a good grasp to get into how to conference, how to network, all the stuff. Then we have projects like masterminds or different workshops at events we do. We honor senior professionals, which are incredible help for us. And we basically provide you a lot of fundings and opportunities, grants, participation opportunities, and whatever you want to think about, basically. If you have ideas, always jump onto us. And we provide help for innovation. We have an innovation conference contest every year, and it's great if you have an idea and you want to push it. You try it, and if you succeed, you just continue, and it's always good to have ideas. But I would like to ask every young person right now to stand up. I know it's an activity, but you can do it. Just stand up shortly. So you can see young people, it's still in school, like they gather together. There's like a small crowd, there's like a big crowd, they're always in the corner so they can run away very fast. But that's not the point. The point is that those people, thank you, you can sit down. That those people worked yesterday very hard, and they're here to use the opportunity to meet with you, to connect with themselves. And what they worked yesterday for and what their main voice and their vision is Miriam going to present to you right now.
Thank you, Andrea. Dear high-level panelists, dear participants, you've seen us standing up. We are the next generation of nuclear professionals, engineers, scientists, and decision makers. We came together yesterday to identify what must happen for nuclear energy to become a major player by 2050. We are here to help you be the driving force for change. And then, in the future, hopefully, take over the nuclear sector. This statement reflects our ideas, our concerns, our commitment to a better future. These are our priorities, and we ask you to listen to us. We, the young generation, want a decarbonized future with new nuclear, driving the transition through innovation, social acceptance, international cooperation, and financial viability. We urge policymakers to foster collaboration between research and development and between regulatory frameworks while creating favorable conditions for investment. In order to succeed, nuclear has not only to be accepted by the public, but also be appealing and be attractive, Let's make games. Let's make a TV show positive to show and spread the word. Let us create a culture in which people demand nuclear energy. Let's make nuclear science exciting through modern education that fosters cooperation and a strong nuclear culture. To ensure equal access to opportunities in the nuclear sectors, the governments, the NGOs, the industrial leaders, and the educational institutions should take responsibility for policing providing access to opportunities to all of us, regardless of age, gender, nationality, or social status. We urge an inclusive environment to help finish energy poverty, gender disparity, and poor work-life balance. We request you to ensure and to tell people that nuclear waste is safely managed and poses no harm when correctly handled. We also ask the governments to implement long-term operation of the European nuclear power plants as an immediate solution to reach European net zero targets. It is based on constantly upgraded, proven technology and maintaining high-skilled jobs and providing security and stability to our energy grid. We also call for out-of-the-box thinking to unlock new applications of nuclear power through innovation and bring technological advancements, especially in areas where no one has ever thought. We also urge industrial leaders to foster digital transition. Digital tools are not longer optional in nuclear energy. There are strategic assets that enhance safety, drive efficiency, and future-proof our clean energy infrastructure. Finally, our fresh perspective, combined with your knowledge, your expertise, makes us a formidable asset. Involve us in the decision-making progress as equals to build a better future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these presentations. So now we are going to ask a question to each of the panelists. The first one is to the Director Koschitz. One of the core messages of the Young Vision is the call for real ownership and intergenerational trust related to the long-term vision for nuclear waste. What is the current trend to ensure that knowledge and responsibility in waste management are not only passed on, but truly shared with the young professionals?
I think that this is a real challenge for all organizations in nuclear sector. And we have been increased for last 2 years our employment, starting from 15 employees in 2023 to 70, more than 70 in nowadays. And our solution is to organize systematic management and mentoring systems and knowledge transfer programs. And the other important aspect is that we are involved a young generation, young employees, to decision-making process, to strategic plans, and to dialogue with our stakeholders. The last, I think, factor is that we should, as a managers, should be very close to this process and encourage the older generation to transfer this knowledge, to be close to the young generation, and ensure that they are involved in the whole activities which are going on in the company. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in the same topic, Mr. Boy, about you were talking about all the French new future and what you're working on that. So, about the importance of bridging generations and attracting new talent and making the sector more inclusive, particularly for women, that we are only less than 30% of the sector. So, looking ahead of what mindset or values, in your opinion, should younger generation bring to help the nuclear sector thrive?
Well, I believe they should be ready to embark for the long term. since nuclear are long-term projects, and also to be doers. I really believe key will be in industrial excellence. And so for this, we need to build a nuclear community where you can share all the experience from seasoned experts wherever they have to be found. I also believe the younger generation could bring to nuclear new ideas, digital efficiency, maybe more in nuclear, that would be good, and also maybe other use apart from electricity to decarbonize the industry, for instance. So I believe this is a very good program for at least 1 century. So that's a lot to do, and I hope a lot of people will join.
Thank you very much. So the next question is to Director Polo. How does NCBG actively support and engage the younger generation in the nuclear science and technology, and what specific programs or initiatives have shown the most impact in attracting and retaining young talents in the field?
Thank you very much for the question. So, if you permit me a personal comment at first, I came to work to NCBJ horribile dictu 17 years ago, and back then I thought I was coming just for a short time and I will live somewhere else, but then here I am right now. And back then the institute was both very much male-dominated and very much dominated by a generation much older than me. There was a real deficit of younger generation. But also there was a great awareness that this is a problem and this needs to be changed. And I think this awareness is an important factor, and this was one of the things which kept me in this institute. The feeling that there is a lot to do, and if we put enough effort, it can be rebuilt into something really new, really modern, really visionary. We can do it. But, of course, attracting young people is a program for many years. Indeed, it may take a century to really have a good framework for having young people coming and staying, because the challenge is not only to attract young people, it's also to make them stay. They very often come and go. And the effective programs we have are at different levels. One thing which is working, I think, very well is the educational division we have. And it's working at different stages, starting from school children. And it's working in our institute already for many years, and many people who work in our institute right now started their fascination with nuclear energy, with nuclear reactor, from their very first visit in the institute as a part of a school trip, where they have seen the reactor, seen the Cherenkov radiation. Somebody explained them in simple terms how it works, why it works, and why there are so many new things still waiting to do. So this early education, I think, is very important thing. Later education, for example, at the level of doctoral students, it's also very important. Attracting people, but also showing them that this is an interesting, attractive area of work where they can do new things, when they can bring something which is unique, and this unique may in some way change the world. Because truth is, research institutes nowhere in the world pay the best salaries. So this is not the way we can keep younger generation working with us and for us. But if we show them something which is maybe more valuable than money, good work environment, good, interesting things to do, really unique things to do, and if we can support them to show their career path to ensure that they can have our support to reach higher level of management, and everybody wants to see younger people at the management level, I think these are all things which can work. And I think we are well working in this direction.
Thank you so much for this very interesting and insightful reflection. There is also a question for Mrs. Kozlowski and Mrs. Diaz. You are both involved daily with the young generation and also with double hat young generation and women in nuclear. So could you please tell us why it's important to be part of young generation and especially for women?
Thank you for the very interesting question. Well, I would go also with a personal anecdote, because that's what's actually hopefully get the attention of those who are mainly interested in the answer of the question. For me, it opened up so many opportunities, like not only professionally, but also personally. Like, it is a good balance of either get in touch with people. Even though nuclear is such a big sector, at the end, the sector is small. So you go to one conference, you meet people. You go to the next conference, you meet the same people plus new people. And the more you go on conferences, the more you know, and at the end you know everyone. And you can spot immediately who's new. And that is like a great experience, because it's not that you just talk with them and then you just leave and say, yeah, it was nice to meet you, speak to you next year. No, you grow with those people. They give you insights, they give you tips and tricks how you can improve, or where you could wait for opportunities, or which opportunities you can get. And that's so much more valuable than spending all day on the internet and maybe looking for some opportunities. Personally, it's also for me a great grow, because the YGN, like I started in the German YGN, and we had the opportunity to do events. So I could test myself out. Do I like to organize events? Do I like to do social media? So I gained skills which I then also can use in my private life to know in which direction I would like to go. Am I good for a management position, or am I tricking myself to say I'm good for a management position? Or where do I want to go also in my personal life? And this is so much nowhere is written, and it's so much bringing you forward. It might be frightening for you at the beginning with getting responsibility and all this stuff, but it's actually the same in work. Like, you will get help at the beginning, but at some point you will need to do decisions, and that's great. And being part of a YGN, you will get a lot of opportunities. You can try yourself out and still have fun, because we do it as volunteers. So you put your own time into it, and if you don't have fun, you just leave it. But if you have fun, that's how you know people, like, for example, Miriam, or also like other people here around, and you also meet them in your private time, so you also get friends. And that's what's bringing you forward and shaping you as a person, basically.
Yeah, like, I agree with what Andrea said, but also, like, YGN serve a purpose to society. So in the case of, for instance, Jóvenes Nucleares, which is the Spanish YGN, we do dissemination, we do talks in universities, like Agnieszka just said, like telling people you should study nuclear energy and telling them about nuclear energy. We go to little schools and talk to the little kids who are super, super funny and amazed of knowing about nuclear energy. We also do social media. We do a lot of things so that the message goes a little bit farther than we do, and I think we do a fantastic job. And of course, answering the last question, I think it's also important to enroll in Women in Nuclear, because not only women, also men can participate in Women in Nuclear and reivindicate and to give a woman a place to be seen and be a part of the societies. I think it's for utmost importance, and it aligns with being young and being a woman in my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much With this question, we finalize this panel. Thank you so much, each of you, for your presentations and for these very interesting insights about the young generation. So please give them a huge applause from the public. And now it's time for lunch break and also posters and exhibition, as far as I know, on the app. So see you in a bit. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that after the break we are all well caffeinated and ready for the first plenary session. So on behalf of the whole organizing team, I would like to welcome you to the plenary session 1, the one being the so the very important topic will be discussed here. My name is Paweł Gajda. I'm director of the Department of Nuclear Energy in the Ministry of Industry in Poland, and this panel will be co-moderated by Józef Fargani, the president of French Nuclear Society Young Generation Network and nuclear engineer working for EDF in the UK. So the topic for the session is something that it's really important for European policy because it's achieving net zero by 2050 in Europe, topic that it's really important towards policy, and we all believe that nuclear needs to play important part into achieving that goal. We'll explore the contribution of nuclear energy to this goal through policy, innovation, regulation, and international cooperation during this panel. And we'll be joined by the discussed group of panelists representing governments, international institutions, regulators, and industry. And to just tell you what the structure will be, we will start with opening presentation by each panelist. Then we will go to moderated discussion when myself, and Józef will be asking some questions to our panelists, and we'll go at the end of the panel to some Q&A from the public. So please, Mr. Ferrani, up to you. Please introduce our panelists.
Yes, so thank you so much, Mr. Gajda, and thank you everyone for being here today. So I'm going to start with welcoming actually all the panelists on the stage, and please give them a round of applause. So we will now begin with introductory remarks from our panelists. These opening perspectives will provide context for the discussion ahead and highlight national approaches, organizational priorities, and strategic views on the path to 2050. So our first speaker is Mrs. Lazarowicz, energy economist at the International Atomic Energy Agency. Mrs. Lazarowicz, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll try and keep this exciting and interesting. I know you've just had your lunch. So, getting to net zero in 2050, not just achieving it, but hopefully maintaining it beyond 2050. I am here to set the scene. So, when we think about contributors to energy system volatility today and what might happen in the path to 2050, we had some news recently about a blackout in Spain, but variable renewable energy deployment is an important and inevitable piece of the decarbonized energy mix of the future, but that also means some volatility and a lot of work for dispatchable energy resources to accommodate. The chart on the left, hopefully you're quite familiar with these duck curves. We tend to see them more for California. This one shows April average net load in Spain from 2019 until 2024. And here you can really see how those peaks and valleys throughout the day are going to require more and more dispatchability, and we can only imagine that this trend is going to continue. So this is one piece of energy security that we're thinking about, right? This is already happening today and is likely to continue into the future. The other piece of this is climate risks. So as we see climate change manifesting in different ways, that might be impacting different energy technology types in different ways. Here, you're really not meant to read necessarily each line, but to kind of take away this thought that every energy technology is going to be impacted differently, And so with the changing climate, we're going to see changes to supply and to demand. And so as this momentum picks up, we're expected to see a lot of changes in just the next coming decades. So thinking about nuclear energy's piece of that puzzle, my team published a report last year comparing different projections for nuclear energy capacity to 2050. Every year, the IAEA publishes an updated outlook of nuclear energy capacity in 2050. And so here, the chart on the left shows how that high and low case compares to a couple of other key projections for what nuclear might look like in the coming decades. And the chart on the right showing what that might mean in terms of investment. So thinking about deploying all of this nuclear energy is fantastic, but will require some investment between now and 2050 to get us there. So this just to kind of scope where we're going and how much it might cost and how we might gather that money. We've heard already just today in the panels that happened this morning how governments can't do this alone. We can't find these sources of income the way we could have in the past, and governments being less willing to take on this leadership role in terms of financing. But maybe being able to deploy that financing through other means. So we heard also this morning about multilateral development banks, the EIB, the World Bank possibly considering how to fund these projects moving forward, and how government and multilateral development banks may be able to work together to unlock that much needed private sector capital. So just as a teaser for some of the topics that we'll all get into throughout this panel, but wanted to give just a brief overview of some of the things we're thinking about at the IAEA and how this will play a larger role in Europe's energy picture to 2050. So with that, I'll wait and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we'll hear from Mr. Ladisław Havlicek, the director at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. To get to net zero by 2050 means to start to do a lot of things even today. And this is important from the point of view of state administration. We have to work hard in future. So it is necessary to have nuclear in state energy policy, which defines priorities and strategies and intentions of the state and provides some predictable stability for investors and also for state administration, clear guidance, and helps to build necessary infrastructure for achieving plans. In the Czech Republic, we plan to build 4 large new nuclear units, 2 at the Dukovany site, where we have already 4 running units, and 2 in Temelín, where we have also 2 running units. And our strategy for future is long-term operation for existing units, to operate them 60 years, and to build those 4 new large units and several SMRs. And really nuclear is for the Czech Republic the only option how to, together with renewables, build some functional system to reach net zero by 2050. One thing is state energy policy, but it must be elaborated in an action plan, which will elaborate individual areas which are necessary to go on. We are lucky that we have large experience from operation of existing units, and our let's say, environment is existing and functional. We are also lucky that we have strong support for nuclear in our country. We have 70% and more. And we have existing legislation, which of course needs some amendment. This year we had update of atomic law, which accommodates some changes which are necessary to be able to license new technologies, including SMR. We have very efficient state institutions like nuclear regulator, SUJB. We have operating repositories for radioactive waste, and we have a state organization effectively managing those repositories. We have quite experienced and prepared industry, which is able to work in this task of development of nuclear. It is also necessary to support research and development. We have centralized approach in the Czech Republic, and we have state organization, technological agency, which in control of the manner finance development also in nuclear area. Very important is support from the level of the European Union. Within Nuclear Alliance, our country is working on, let's say, improving position of nuclear technology. We are really striving for technological neutrality in the sense that it should get the same financing possibilities like other low carbon technologies. It's vital to have some state aid tools, because today it's very difficult for any private investor to proceed with nuclear projects. We have in our country Low Carbon Act, which provides such tools in the form of a very efficient loan, power purchase agreement or contract for difference, and some guarantee for stability. Concerning SMRs, we have 3 serious potential investors in our country. This is operator of current unit ČEZ, Polish company OSGE, and former coal company Sokolovská uhelná. And some other companies are considering this technology, and the Czech Republic, through ministry, is involved in this European Industrial Alliance and is active in working groups, and also in a working group in OECD NEA. ČEZ, as a leader, one of the leaders in SMR, they signed last year some capital investment in Rolls-Royce, but technology is not yet selected, and depending on that, we will, let's say, maybe sign some memorandum and agreements with other governments. We will see. So this was some quick overview of this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Havlicek. We're now going to turn to Mr. Kasparov, CEO of Orlen Synthos Green Energy. Mr. Kasparov, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. So I'm Rafał Kasparov, CEO of Orlen Synthos Green Energy. I'm representing the most advanced SMR deployment project in Europe. But first, I would like to say that, from my perspective, there will be no net zero without nuclear energy. It's obvious. Second important thing is that I believe we enter new energy era. After blackout in Spain, after several offshore wind projects cancelled, I do believe that we have something absolutely called nuclear renaissance or new realistic energy era. And this new era, it's about not only quantity of electrons, it's about quality of electrons, it's about how electrons are produced, how they manage. And from my perspective, because I started this project 2018 when nobody believed that nuclear energy has future, I think that from this perspective it's important to say that these days of daydreaming about 100% of renewables are over. And every serious government, every serious company all over the planet is thinking about nuclear these days. We have US companies like Dow Chemicals investing in X-Energy. We have hyperscales like Amazon, Google investing in SMRs. And finally, we get license to construct for SMR, first SMR on the Western world issued by CNSC last month, and final investment decision taken last week by OPG, Ontario Power Generation, and Ontario government. They are all things which are proofs that SMR technology is ready to be deployed on commercial scale. So OSG is a very fast-growing company with over 116 people, additional 96 engineers in the company we acquire in the group. A few words about who we are. Synthos Green Energy is one of the shareholder, one of the two shareholder. Synthos is one of the largest chemical company in Poland and Central Europe, largest producer of the synthetic rubber and expandable polystyrene. Second largest in the world if you think about synthetic rubber. Orlen is state-owned national giant, Central European largest multi-utility. I think that it's important also to say that Orlen is active on other markets than Poland, Czech Republic, the two refineries that belong to Orlen, Lithuania, where there's additional refinery, and there are also several chemical plants in Czech Republic which belong to Orlen and Synthos or JVs. We start 3 years ago as Orlen Synthos Green Energy with hiring experienced industrial experts. Jacek Drust, who is my deputy, he managed project with Baraka. He was this person who put the stick in the sand of Baraka as employee number 46 and worked there until the commissioning of the first unit in Baraka. Right now he's leading the project in Warsaw. Together with me, we signed several agreements. Of course, our most important partner is technology provider GE Hitachi. We also signed agreements with Ontario Power Generation, Laurentis, which is a branch of OPG, with Aecon, Atkins, engineering component, Aecon construction company, which is responsible for construction in Canada. We also signed several other cooperation agreements with INEC, trying to get some lesson learned from the Baraka project, which is, in my opinion, the most successful project in the history of nuclear industry. Nuclear Industrial Alliance, I think it's worth to say a few words about this platform. These days it's a leading platform in the European Union which is able to manage and influence European energy policy. And I think it's important for everybody to know that it's open for every company, every country, every organization. Right now there is 300 organizations in the Industrial SMR Alliance. So it's a very serious, very influential tool on the European level. Our main idea is something which our shareholder called Green Wall. We see opportunity to deploy SMRs, BWRX 300, reactor in several countries. We already established company in Czech Republic and UK. In UK, we participate in process of licensing of BWX300 in ONR. It's GDA Step 2. We expect to have GDA Step 2 to be delivered in October this year. And let's say with the situation on the east, with the criminal invasion from Russia to Ukraine, with the situation of the cut of the gas supply and the commissioning of the coal-fired plants in Poland and other parts in Europe, we do believe that it's possible to deploy a fleet of reactors not only in Poland but also in all Central Europe. On the end, from our perspective, the most important thing is that we have a project we call referral project. We are a project which is first of the kind for BWX300. So two most important decisions, license to construct and FID taken last month and last week. OPG will start this project, will start construction very soon. First electrons to the grid 2029. Data published officially by OPG, financial data published officially by OPG and Ontario government a few days ago, with 20 billion Canadian dollars for 4 units on the site in Darlington, are extremely attractive. It's important to say that first of the kind will obviously cost more, 7 billion Canadian dollars, including cost first of the kind and 3 next of the kind reactors. Total cost is 20 billion. So from this perspective, it's 54 billion Polish zloty. We found this price extremely attractive, and especially if you compare energy prices in Canada, US, and Europe, Poland. In Poland, they are much, much higher than in Canada. Our ambition is to build a fleet of SMRs in Poland and Central Europe, and I would like to say that we have 6 decision principles for 24 SMRs in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to invite our next speaker, who is Mr. Ilkka Poikolainen, President and CEO of Posiva. The floor.
Okay, dear participants and organizers, and thank you for this invitation, and it's great to be here for the first time. And what this head title tells, it tells that our journey at Posiva, marked by innovation, research, hard working and commitment to safety, has led us to being very close to start operation. And it is not the easiest way to be front runner, but it is very responsible and rewarding. Posiva is a privately owned company, and 2 big companies, Teollisuuden Voima and Fortum are our owners, and they have altogether 5 nuclear reactors in Finland, and they are producing 40% from Finnish electricity. So the role of the nuclear energy is very high in Finland. And Posiva was founded 30 years ago, but our people started the R&D work already in the late of 1970s, so we have a 45 years experience. And we have a commercial company, Posiva Solution, who is selling our expertise all over the world. And they have already over 60 clients, and it is growing all the time, so there is demand for that kind of expertise. And the final disposal of spent nuclear fuel has been a missing part of the puzzle within the nuclear energy life cycle so far. But the good news is that we have a solution. Posiva has a solution. And this means that our target is to start operation approximately in the mid of this decade, so decade 2020. And then the life cycle of the nuclear energy will be the solid for the first time ever. Olkiluoto site is located in the western coast part of Finland, and it is actually an island. And it is very unique island, the place where are the 3 nuclear reactors, and there are also the storages and plants for the low, intermediate and high active waste. And our company Posiva is responsible for taking that high active waste, and it's known as Onkalo brand name. And in these slides are Posiva's and Finland's the most important milestones related to final disposal of spent nuclear fuel. And year 1983 was very remarkable year to Posiva and Finland, because then the Finnish government stated that the site selection must have done in the beginning of 2000, and the final disposal operation must be started during the decade 2020. So we have amazingly good, well progressed according to that plan. And what is our status now? I'm happy to say that we successfully completed the encapsulation plant trial run, so it works as planned, what was a big relief. The first 5 deposition tunnels has been already excavated. The boring of the first deposition holes starts soon. And now we are replying to authorities' final last questions related to operating license application. And this year we will continue to test our underground equipment machines. Let's move on to concept. The safety is always the priority number 1 to us. And we always want to emphasize safety in every function and operation we do. And the key to the final disposal is the long-term safety, which is assessed and demonstrated with the safety case. And our nuclear safety is based on the multi-barrier system, which makes sure in any safety in any cases. And in our safety case, we have been taking into account, for example, the earthquakes, ice age, the next hundreds of thousands of years, so the very long period. And these several engineered barriers and the 400-meter very high-quality bedrock is backing each other and makes sure the safety in any cases. At what comes to the cornerstone of the success, I'm very pleased to say that public acceptance is all-time high level now at the moment in Finland. And we have identified certain success factors, which are the openness, transparency and trust. And we always want to communicate both externally and internally very actively. And for example, all of you can follow our progress in our project by social media. And the first shaft is that we do not risk trust under any circumstances. And the second is that in Finland, people trust authorities, and authorities are independent one. They have clear processes, responsibilities and roles, and we at POSIVA want to make close cooperation with our authorities, formally by documentation and informally holding the meetings. And the third one is that we want to be a good neighbor, and reliability is crucial. And I want to point out that if one of these is missing, it's very hard to make progress in the project. And the last slide, as Mr. Grossi said, the POSIVA is a game changer, and we want to be an example to the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, we will hear from Mr. Dubois, Commissioner at the ASNR in France.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting ASNR to this very interesting conference. I'm happy to have the opportunity to give the point of view of a regulator. ASNR is the French regulator, but it's also a TSO, Technical Support Organization, and it's also a major actor in the field of research in nuclear safety and radiation protection. I will give a short description of the nuclear energy context in France, but this has already been covered by Guillaume Bouy in his presentation this morning, so I think I can go quickly through these elements. The nuclear industry in France is of crucial importance. In 2024, we had 56 PWR in operation, and they have produced almost 70% of the total electrical power production in France. Maybe you know that in 2022 and 2023, the stress corrosion cracking issue affected more than a dozen reactors and led to a very tense situation in France. This issue is now under control, even though vigilance is still required. At the end of last year, a 57th reactor, an EPR, was connected to the French grid for the first time, and it is gradually ramping up. It is the first third-generation reactor in service in France. The operation of reactors would not be possible without a comprehensive fuel cycle industry, including uranium conversion and enrichment facilities, nuclear fuel production plants, reprocessing plants, waste treatment facilities, a MOX fuel plant, radioactive waste storage, and a deep geological repository project. In 2022, the French president and the government announced a plan to build 6 and possibly even 14 new EPRs with an improved design named EPR2. The government also announced a plan to support the development of SMR projects. In 2024, the government confirmed the French long-term nuclear fuel reprocessing strategy beyond the lifespan of existing reprocessing plants, which means new plants will be designed, constructed, and commissioned in the future. In this context, the French Parliament adopted a law on nuclear safety governance in May 2024. This law led to the merger of ASN, the French nuclear safety regulator, and IRSN, its technical support organization. ASNR is the result of the merger of ASN and IRSN. It was created officially at the beginning of this year in order to meet the challenges resulting from this new landscape. It is a major organizational change in France, aiming at improving the efficiency of nuclear safety procedures, at making nuclear safety jobs more attractive, at enhancing the transparency in nuclear safety. It's a new organization, a new governance, but the safety regulations remain unchanged. ASNR is in charge of radiation protection, And nuclear safety, it's an independent administrative authority, fully independent of the government and of the operators. ASNR is governed by a commission of 5 members. It's at the same time a regulator, a technical support organization, and a major actor in research in the field of safety and radiation protection. And it plays an important role in information and dialogue with the public. In the field of nuclear safety, ASNR has several challenges to meet. In the short and medium term, the nuclear energy landscape in France relies far more on extending the life of existing facilities than on building new ones. Therefore, the first challenge for operators, of course, and for ASNR is to make sure that existing facilities are operated safely until the end of their life. This challenge concerns not only existing nuclear power plants, but also all the fuel cycle facilities and especially the reprocessing plants and the MOX fuel plants. The second challenge is to make sure that new large-scale reactors are designed, built, commissioned, and operated according to the highest safety standards. A safe design is a necessary condition, but it is not a sufficient one. For instance, ASNR will also control the construction of reactors, the quality of the products supplied by the supply chain. As demonstrated by the difficulties of the Flamanville 3 EPR project, the robustness of the components, the quality of construction, and the thoroughness and completeness of the commissioning test are essential to both safety and industrial performance. The third challenge is to regulate the development of safe and well-accepted SMRs. I think we will have time to further develop this point later during this session. In the field of waste management, the fourth challenge, I will just mention the project of Deep Geological Repository in France. UNDRA, the French Agency for Nuclear Waste Management, applied for the creation of such a repository to store high-level and long-life intermediate-level waste. ASNR is assessing the safety case of this project. The assessment has been divided in 3 steps. The first 2 steps have already been completed, and the third one is underway. In conclusion of this brief introduction, I would like to remind that nuclear industry needs long-term stability for its development, and that this stability is not possible without high-level safety requirements. After the Fukushima accident in 2011, many countries, especially in the European community, launched complementary safety assessments, and licenses implemented new provisions to reinforce installations against external hazards and to reduce potential consequences of severe accidents. On the contrary, some countries, such as Germany, decided to abandon nuclear fission energy. At that time, priority was clearly given to safety, sometimes at the expense of greater complexity in the installation. In 2025, the nuclear energy landscape has changed, and today priorities are still safety, of course, but not only, and life extension of some nuclear installations and the construction of new facilities, either large power reactors or smaller reactors, are some priorities. In this new context, stringent European safety regulations are essential to gain public acceptance and to maintain public trust. And I hope we'll have time to develop further these questions in the session. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and thanks once again to all of our panelists for these insightful introductions. Now we'll continue with our panel. Now we'll stay seated here and simply discuss in more detail some of the key themes that are important for successful nuclear development to to allow nuclear to play a part that will be necessary to achieve the net zero. So we'll have 3 rounds of additional questions where we get to several topics to discuss in depth.
Yes, so let's begin. And to start, we will focus on the broader strategic and economic landscape, how nuclear energy fits into long-term planning and the policies that are shaping national and international approaches. So the first question is going to be for Mrs. Lazarowicz. So at a global level, how does the IAEA see the role of nuclear evolving and supporting climate goals, and how is Europe positioned in this broader context?
Thank you. I think we've already heard it here in this panel and echoed throughout the days so far, but what we've found and what is repeated in many different studies of many different energy systems around the world is that net zero cannot be achieved and maintained without the use of nuclear energy, that we see repeatedly that when we look at system cost and not just LCOE, that we have cheap and affordable electricity when we deploy nuclear energy as part of a decarbonized energy mix. I think we're preaching to the choir a bit here that this is already the converted part of the audience, but these studies, I think, pave a way for convincing others that as we've heard already, 100% renewables is likely not a feasible option for decarbonizing. We, I think, are the convinced, and we can only bring facts and information to our counterparts. My background is in investment in renewable energy, so maybe we can count me as one person who is converted to a career in nuclear energy as the future. But this is something that the IAEA, of course, is working to ensure a safe and responsible future for this technology. Europe is well situated as one of the regions with the longest legacy of excellence in nuclear energy, and so that commitment to supply chains and to a workforce is incredibly important to continue that excellence into the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. But every nuclear project would need some kind of state involvement that can go from creating proper policies and other measures of support. So I will direct this question to Ladisław Havlicek. What national policy and economical measures are now being prepared in the Czech Republic to help to expand nuclear fleet?
Thank you. I already mentioned that we have this Low Carbon Act, which provides basic instruments. So now those instruments are being deployed. So in the end of April, government approved the first program of financing for new nuclear units in Dukovany. So this tool to provide very convenient financing for whole project life is ready. Apart, we need still some notification issues having resolved. Then we are really preparing this power purchase agreement, which will be, in fact, maybe the biggest contract in the history of the Czech Republic if we consider offtake of electricity from 2 large nuclear units for a period of at least 40 years. And maybe the most important step which was recently done was, let's say, change of ownership in company Dukovany II, which will be realized this construction project of construction of two new units in Dukovany. 80% of shares were bought by the state from company ČEZ. So now ČEZ state will be responsible for this project and will handle all related risk. This is very strategic long-term decision which took in account all, let's say, obligations of ČEZ in other parts of energy industry and their other investments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to switch now to OSGE. So, Mr. Kasparov, your company is a signatory to the Net Zero Nuclear Declaration. How does this translate into strategy and commitment on the ground in Poland?
First, I believe most important thing is that it's not only idea, it's also very pragmatic decision, because there is no competitive industry, there will be no competitive industry in Poland and in Europe without cheap, stable, zero-emission, affordable energy, which in our case we believe maybe delivered only by SMRs. So net zero commitment is natural choice for us, for our shareholders. Synthos Green Energy and Synthos is largest chemical plant which produce synthetic rubber, expandable polystyrene with factories in Poland, in Czech Republic, in Netherlands, Germany. Orlen also has several huge factories, refineries, chemical plants like Anwil in Włocławek. So from our perspective is something what will help our industry to survive, to compete on the international markets. And I'm strongly convinced that there is no future for modern economy, for AI, for data centers, for hyperscale, for new chemical businesses without SMRs and without nuclear. So this commitment, it's not only, let's say, idea, it's also very pragmatic business choice made by us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we've heard a lot about the basic rationale behind nuclear projects. And now let's turn to the industrial dimension. So let's talk a little bit about the infrastructure readiness to successfully deploy of the currently planned nuclear projects, including new technologies like also SMRs, but also how we are going with the preparation of the supply chain that would support all those new investments. But starting with that, we need to remember that infrastructure means not only the power plant itself. That's why I would start with Ilkka Poikolainen, because Posiva is a company that focuses on the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle, but there are a lot of lessons that can be transferred from your experience to other projects in nuclear sector. So if you can share some of those lessons.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we definitely have a lot of lessons learned, and I have a very long list here, but I try to pick up the most relevant. It is crucial to define the solid strategy and program management. And after that, you have to manage stakeholder engagement and public acceptance. And after that, it's important to manage the site selection, characterization, and monitoring of the facility site. You have to define the concept and equipment, and take care of the long-term and operational safety. You have to put effort to cost estimates and optimization, and disposal funds needs to be collected beforehand, like we Finland have done. And I want to point out that especially the first of a kind endeavor, the changes are normal and to be expected throughout the commissioning phase. So don't be afraid of changes. And organization has to be resilient. And you have to focus on learning and adapting. And what I also want to point out that each of parties have own duties, and it's crucial that all of them have done their duties. There are companies, authorities, the decision makers, politicians, and so forth. And it is also important that to respect the earlier decision. It is very hard to make progress if the decision go back and forth all the time. So that's our lessons learned.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dubois, you've mentioned in your presentation a good dynamic of nuclear, especially in France with the new build projects. So how is the ASNR preparing to assess new reactor technologies such as SMRs while maintaining consistency across regulatory processes?
Thank you. Well, first, you know that in France, the largest program at the moment is the EPR2 program. It consists in building 3 pairs of EPR2 reactors in 3 existing nuclear sites. And we have anticipated the licensing of these reactors. For a large part, EPR2 is a replication of EPR, but there are some differences. And we have assessed the basic design of EPR2 already in 2019, a few years ago. EDF submitted its application in June 2023 to obtain a decree authorizing the construction of the plant in Penly, and we are reviewing this file. The technical safety assessment focuses on the differences with EPR, with the Flamanville EPR, and on the site-related issues such as external hazards. We also have reinforced our capacity to perform inspections in the supply chain based on the feedback of Flamanville and of nuclear industry, and our capacity to perform inspections on site during the construction of the plant. There are also several SMR projects in France, and promoted by vendor and designer, very different from historical actors of the nuclear field in France. And we have had to adapt to this new context, and for that we have created a dedicated unit to assess SMRs project. We call it the Innovative Reactor Mission. The creation of this new unit dedicated to SMRs and AMRs aims to adapt to the various level of maturity of the design, to dedicate adapted levels of resources to the different projects, to organize and optimize the technical discussions with vendors, and to save time in the licensing process. We also have adjusted the regulatory processes. In France, regulations specify 2 steps in the licensing process for a new installation. The first step is the safety option file and its assessment, and the second step is the licensing itself of the detailed design. And we have added some preliminary steps to discuss at the conceptual design phase with vendors and designers. And these new steps are a way to support the development of SMR projects and once again to adapt to a wide range of levels in terms of maturity of projects. And the last point I'd like to mention in response to your questions is that in order to prepare the assessment of SMRs and especially AMRs using different technologies, ASNR needs to acquire new competencies and up-to-date knowledge, and for that we are involved in various research programs supported by the European Union. For instance, the Easy SMR project, the Endurance project, the Elsmore, Pastels, SASPAM, SA projects, all supported by the European Union. And we are very grateful for that. And they are very important projects for us to acquire the necessary knowledge and competencies for emerging AMRs technologies.
Thank you very much. So now we will go to the investor's perspective. So the question will be to Rafał Kasprów. If you can share with us, in your opinion, what role does SMRs play in Poland's decarbonization and how they fit into grid strategies, and also what are the key milestones that you are planning to achieve in near future?
Polish economy is Polish energy system is heavily based on burning coal, hard coal and lignite. I think it's quite interesting that in case of Poland we have even more production of heat. We have district heating plants, which are quite popular. We have 16 million Polish people connected to the grid with hot water. So it's 55 gigawatts thermal, which has to be decarbonized during the next 15 years. Only one city, Warsaw, the place where you are right now, has 4.4 gigawatts thermal, which has to be decarbonized in the perspective of 30s. So it's a huge market. Poland is also industrial hub for Europe. We still produce things, we still have factories. And I believe that the future of these factories cannot be based on burning coal. So in next years, we're going to decommission almost 20 gigawatts in coal-fired plants. We have to exchange 55 gigawatts thermal of supply for the heat for the district heating plants, for CHPs. So this is huge perspective, and decarbonization of Poland, Polish energy system, district heating plants, Polish industry, it's not possible, in my opinion, and opinion of my shareholders, without SMRs, especially BWRX 300 GE state-of-the-art technology, which is proven, ready to be deployed and licensed in Canada already. And regarding milestones, we already signed an agreement with GE and OPG regarding preliminary safety analysis report. We are in the middle of this process. Almost 60, 70 people involved in the US, Canada, and Poland into the PSAR, preliminary safety analysis report. So that's important part from us. Our shareholder also invested in a very early stage in technology, so there is a standard design already developed by GE Hitachi, and also European cotton standards and 50 Hertz will be delivered equally to 60 Hertz. So we're working on this. This is a second important milestone from my perspective, to get standard design and not change much. Almost nothing. I believe that we'll be ready to submit license to construct application in the last quarter in 2026 to Polish regulator. And with such perspective, final investment decision and license to construct is still possible in 2028, early 2029. This is perspective which I see as a conservative deployment scenario, but because Poland needs nuclear energy a lot for decarbonization, I believe that we can make things faster, because Polish Ministry of Industry and Department of Nuclear Energy will be helpful in this case, I believe.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to switch now to Mrs. Lazowitz. From your perspective at the IAEA, what trends are emerging in industrial collaboration and supply chain developments for new nuclear projects?
Thanks. I'll keep this short because I think we've got some people here to really speak about the industrial involvement. But what we see is that this trend is particularly true for SMRs. SMRs are well suited for, with their lower relative cost of capital and capital cost compared to traditional large reactors, that there's much more interest from the private sector, from industry, and their size is well suited to cogeneration. These are power plant sizes that industry is used to dealing with in the case of fossil fuels already today. And so a great opportunity for a decarbonized option that can provide electricity and heat for industry. But like I said, I'll keep it short because I think we'd rather hear real-life examples of how this works in practice.
Yes, thank you so much. So we will now shift our attention to the foundation of any sustainable nuclear program, which are safety, public trust, and long-term responsibility. These elements are essential not just for technical success, but for lasting societal acceptance.
Yes, exactly. And probably the projects where the public trust is most important are related to waste repositories. That's why I will ask the first question to Ilkka Poikolainen. So Finland was very successful in terms of gaining the public trust and also received some international recognition on how to properly address different stakeholders. So what made it simply possible to do it in Finland?
Okay, in general, the public acceptance of nuclear energy has increased in Finnish population since 1980s, the start of the energy production in Finland. And climate awareness and energy crisis have consolidated support for nuclear power at the highest level ever. And nowadays the support for nuclear energy is 6 times higher than opposition. And Finnish people feels that if we need to use the nuclear energy, we have to take care of its waste as well, and not to leave it to future generation. And I think I'm confident that the role of the sustainable nuclear energy is going to increase in the future in order to restrain the climate change as a part of fossil-free energy production and clean energy transition. So it is responsible for taking care of whole life cycle and value chain, including the final disposal of spent nuclear fuel, because it is important part of the puzzle in the life cycle. So the final disposal is crucial part of the public acceptance. I think so.
Thank you so much. Mr. Dubois, in your presentation, you mentioned that since January, the ASNR has been created and now is combining oversight, technical appraisal, and research. So how is this integrated approach shaping your readiness for next generation licensing while maintaining safety standards?
Yeah, I think the end of your question is very important. We have to maintain safety standards for existing facility and safely operate these facilities as long as necessary. And as you may know, in France, before 2022, the policy regarding nuclear energy consisted in limiting the amount of power produced by nuclear power plants to 50% of the total electrical power production. And in this framework, the official plan was to close up to 14 reactors within 2030. In a quite short period of time, this policy has been reversed, and now EDF aims to safely extend the lifespan of nuclear power plants as long as possible, and possibly beyond 60 years up to 80 years. We consider at ASNR that the usual 10 years period of periodic safety reviews is too short to anticipate the possibility of such lifespan extension to prepare for investments when they are necessary. That's why ASN, now ASNR, and EDF initiated a proactive approach in 2023 to identify the obstacles to a possible extension of reactor lifespan beyond 60 years and possibly up to 80 years. We have established a common list of technical topics that could challenge the lifespan of reactors, and EDF worked on each topic and defined the research needs and other actions and submitted to ASNR a list of studies covering these topics. ASNR's experts are currently reviewing these topics, and there will be a meeting of the Advisory Committee on Reactor Safety in 2026, and ASNR will publish its position on the possibility of extending the lifespan of reactors beyond 60 years in 2026. I think this long-term approach is very important to give industrial actors some visibility and to prepare the future programs for the lifetime extension. We also have the same kind of approach for fuel cycle facilities. In this context, ASNR needs to mobilize its research and technical expertise capabilities. For instance, we are developing various research programs in the fields of material aging and in non-destructive evaluation. ASNR is leading the FIND European project. FIND means Future Instrumentation and Control based on innovative methods and disruptive technologies for higher safety level. We are also a member of the Connect NM partnership, which has been mentioned this morning. It's a co-funded European partnership on nuclear materials for all reactor generations, and it applies modern digital technologies to material science practices for the acceleration of innovation. And I think these actions of anticipation are very important in the long run to maintain safety, trust, and public confidence.
Thank you very much. So the next question would be to Ladislav Havlicek. If you could share what are the key public engagement strategies that are currently being pursued in the Czech Republic?
So, if I understand well your question, it's public about how public support can be maintained.
Exactly.
I already mentioned that we have very strong public support, and it's long-term strong public support. So it's very important to progress with our nuclear project in a way that we will not lose this support and confidence. It's very important that today all political parties support also nuclear in the Czech Republic. I mean political parties which are in the government and in the parliament. We will have very soon in September parliamentary elections, so we can guess that even after elections there will be support in parliament for nuclear. This will not change. We can expect that before elections, in the frame of pre-election fight, there will be some arguments touching nuclear, but I expect it will be what should have been done better or in a different way. It will not be whether nuclear yes or no. There is a strong yes for nuclear. But really important is to progress with success, not to lose this long-term confidence of public in the Czech Republic. This is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll stay to conclude our discussion with the topic on community engagement, but we also discuss a little bit opportunities for cross-border cooperation, something that during this conference should be, of course, discussed, and also looking at some possible connections between national and European levels in terms of cooperations between different institutions.
Yes, and for that we're going to start with the first question to Mr. Kasparov. So how is Orlen engaging local communities and stakeholders, especially in regions historically tied to coal, for its SMR development?
So it's Orlen Synthos Green Energy. There are two companies which establish our JV. From early stage, we are involved in the dialogue with the local communities. We still have 6 sites which we do environmental impact research, so there is no final decision which site will be first, let's say. It's not taken yet. We expect this decision to be taken very soon. But we are involved in cooperation with local communities from the beginning of this project. We made some polls several times, and they are extremely positive in case of support of the nuclear. I think that there's one important factor which we forget usually. I mean, Poland is also a victim of situation of the East. So after Russian invasion of Ukraine, I don't think that there is anybody in Poland, in local communities and also on the, similar to Czech Republic, on the level of the political scene, who is against nuclear energy. But still, as a new company, we know that there is a lot of things to do to cooperate smoothly and well with the local communities in future.
Thank you very much. So now we'll ask Ilkka Poikolainen if you can share how Posiva is building this, especially this long-term relationship with host communities during their development of their repository.
Okay, very good question. Actually, I was interviewed the local people and asked the same questions, and they reinforced that we have communicated very actively with local people of community and also the different stakeholders already since the preliminary and detailed site surveys. And we have continued this during the construction of the nuclear facilities. We have very many examples. We are inviting the summer cottage owner who are nearby the regular basis. We have visiting centers, and it's very popular. Almost 20,000 people is visiting there. So we have many examples to make a communication with local people. And for Posiva, every local, regional, national and international stakeholder is important. And each of them has different needs and interest, and that's why the interaction must be tailored. So the dialogue is key, and listening and respecting to each other's it's like a way to increase the understanding, and we are arranging meetings with stakeholders on regular basis, listening to opinions voiced by people and different organizations, and in order to provide replies to their questions. And actually we have seen that people's concerns have reduced through open and respectful discussion.
Thank you very much. So we'll now switch to local, to very international matters, I would say. So I'll ask Bojana Lazarevich if you can share some thoughts on current international landscape in terms of financing of nuclear projects, and also how in this perspective Europe can simply remain attractive to the investors.
Thank you. We discussed the role of government either to provide capital, but also to provide a policy framework and enabling environment to bring in other sources of financing to nuclear energy projects. This is something that we're hearing more and more about, especially from countries that are interested in embarking on a nuclear power program for the first time or revitalizing a program that hasn't seen investment for many years. Europe is a big leader in green and sustainability-linked bonds. So following nuclear energy's inclusion in the EU taxonomy, we've seen both TVO and EDF issue green bonds as a way to bring in new streams of investment to nuclear energy projects. The TVO green bond is especially interesting because some of those streams of funding are actually earmarked for potential new projects. Whereas around the world, the other green bonds that we've seen specifically for nuclear energy projects are simply for lifetime extensions and long-term operations. So when the project needs a quick infusion of capital in order to make the maintenance investment to extend the lifetime. But TVO is actually the exception that they've earmarked that money for possible new projects. So we see this emerging and growing as another avenue for attracting private sector capital to nuclear energy projects. And we expect this trend to continue with various different avenues. Green bonds is just a good one because renewable energy has been using it as an avenue to bring cash infusion to projects for many years, and so it's very good and promising to see nuclear energy start to take advantage of this stream or this mechanism as well. So that's a key one, but noting the time, I think I'll leave it there, but we're starting to see more and more ways that the private sector can get involved, and there's things that the government and regional development banks can do to enable and to kind of address or mitigate some of these perceived financial risks of nuclear energy projects, try and bring down perceived risk and bring in the private sector.
Thank you so much. We're gonna now shift to a question related to cooperation, and I have this question for Mr. Havlicek. So do you see opportunities for enhanced regional cooperation in nuclear, such as joint projects or shared infrastructure across European Union countries?
Thank you. It's not an easy question because I think the potential for cooperation is different in each of those segments. I think I personally cannot imagine that today there will be in our region project built by two countries in one country. If we consider liabilities, nuclear liabilities, question of spent fuel, this would be very difficult. On the other hand, in the area, for example, engineering, research and development, I see a large potential. In our country, we have very experienced companies which can offer such services. Even today, for some newcomers, there are demands to help with this first initial stage, how to prepare everything from Balkanian countries, from Asia. Already there are some demands. And also I can imagine, because each company or engineering company is very good at something. So if there is some need for some larger project, it can be combined, let's say, very strong capabilities of individual companies to work together on one project. And the third area, this is supply chain. This will be dependent very much on future standardization of projects. Never mind, and I can imagine that even There can be cooperation for different technologies, for different suppliers. There is a lot of, let's say, potential projects scheduled in our region, and we have very limited workforce even today for operation of existing power plants. So it will be necessary to invest in this area, and in combination with the stage of establishing new supply chain for future SMRs, this I can see a large potential for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see a red timer starting to blink and started to count the delay, which is something that we grow used to in nuclear sector a little bit. But to avoid that problem, in the future, one of the elements for possible cooperation could be the cooperation between regulatory bodies across Europe. So the question would be to Olivier Dubois, if you can share, in your opinion, what's the possibility on possible cooperation between regulatory bodies to help to streamline different projects that are upcoming, both large scale and SMRs and other new technologies.
Okay, I'll try to answer quickly to your questions because we are a little bit late. So first I would like to say a few words about the harmonization in terms of safety objectives. As you know, SMRs are expected to be installed close to urban areas, and they are designed to be built in large numbers and for new purposes. So we believe that public's acceptance of SMRs requires stringent safety objectives, which is achievable thanks to intrinsic safety features of SMRs. But it needs some work in terms of international harmonization, and we are active in different international groups in order to promote adapted and harmonized safety objectives. Regarding the international licensing of reactors, I would like to quote the example of the joint early review of the New World EDF project. This joint review was a European first. Its aim was to examine the safety options of some topics proposed for the design of the New World reactor. It was performed by ASN and its Finnish and Czech counterparts. And in the second phase of this early review, the initial group has been joined by regulators from Sweden, Poland, and Netherlands. And I think it's a good example of a way to embed international expectations in the design of a new reactor as early as possible, and to develop a standardized design which can be licensed in different countries. One point I'd like to mention is don't forget the fuel cycle. Fuel cycle facilities are usually well developed for water reactors, but not for other technologies. So the safety of fuel cycle facilities is something very, very important. And just as a conclusion, the acceptance of SMRs relies on their safety level, and I think high-level safety simulation tools are also required to assess the design of SMR, and we support the development of European platforms for accident calculations to contribute to the development and the safety assessment of future nuclear installation, especially for SMRs and AMRs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dubois, and thanks to all the panelists. So we're now inviting questions from the audience, and since we're running out of time, so we're going to limit it to maximum 2 questions. And please, if you wish, direct your question to a specific panelist. Are there any questions?
We just said that public engagement is an important part in nuclear.
If I may, very quickly, we can have one question maybe from the audience, but we are slightly behind schedule. I would encourage all of you to, we already have 2 questions on the chat, one for Mr. Dubois and another one for Mr. Poikolainen. Please take the time to answer to these questions on the chat if you want to during the coffee break, but maybe Yeah, one question from the audience, and then we should move on. And I have some quick messages for the participants after this.
Václav Gudowski. I have a question to Ika. Tell me, you mentioned a lot about the Finnish disposal program, but you never mentioned that it was based on the Swedish KBS-3 model. So I would encourage you to mention that. But I have a question to you. Do you consider to receive the foreign spent or used fuel for your disposal in the future?
Yes, that's correct. That we have developed this concept with Swedish company SKP, and we are going to close cooperation with SKP all the time. So it is beneficial to both of us to go forward. And what is the last part of the question? In Finland, it is not possible because our law says that it's not allowed to export or import the waste. And we at Posiva we are totally focusing on our owners' spent fuel. So in legislation based, it is not possible to import or export the spent fuel.
Thank you very much. I think it's very appropriate that the final waste repository have the last say in the panel. So thank you very much.
We are running out of time, so for any other questions, please take advantage of the coffee break, and you will have your panelists, I think, happy to answer all of them. So we would like to thank our panelists for their time and for sharing their experience and strategic view so openly. So your contributions today reflect the diversity of approaches across Europe and the importance of coordination as we move toward our climate goals. So on behalf of Mr. Gaida and myself, thank you all for you to be here with us, and we hope today's discussions will continue to spark ideas and connections throughout the forum. So enjoy the rest of your time here. Thank you so much.
Before I free you so you can have your coffee break, please, some very quick information that I wanted to share with you. For those who were not with us yesterday, you have a fantastic app that you can use to ask questions, reply to the questions. You have all of the presentations available on the app directly, and the streaming function will allow you to watch whatever is happening here or the other rooms. The recordings will also be shared with the participants on a later stage, so that will be available for everyone. Another very important information, please, coffee break 30 minutes means 30 minutes. Go back to your room after the coffee break.
wait.
Nice to
we leave that podium.
Face to face.
Face to face is always nicer.
And not through team. Yeah.
Okay. Next back should be okay.
Yes, it's written. It's great.
Good afternoon. I didn't hear the bell ringing, but I guess we can kind of start since we are 5 minutes after 4. I think somebody was mentioning before that we are used to get late in nuclear projects, so I think we have to start on time as well, so that we can also finish on time. And it's a pleasure for me to be here with this egregious panel, which will talk and discuss about small modular reactors, the Industrial Alliance, the European Alliance to develop, demonstrate and deploy SMRs by early 2030. So this is the goal of it. It's an ambitious goal. I introduce myself, Fabio Nusci. I work at Tractable. I'm a nuclear engineer by background. And I'm also involved in the Industrial Alliance at the level of the working group on industrial application, as my position in Tractable is product manager, so I coordinate the activities around SMRs for the engineering company that is based in Belgium. I've been working there since 2012 after graduating in Torino and Stockholm. And I co-moderate this session with Angel Giorgio from the European Commission, which holds a mechanical engineer degree and a PhD in energy engineering from La Sapienza in Rome. And he joined the European Commission in 2007, the JRC in Karlsruhe, and then moved to different Director General, RTD in Brussels. Besides that, he has been also working for the industry, actually, so for a subsidiary of the ENI Group and the ENEA, the Italian National Agency for New Technologies, Energy and Sustainable Economic Development. So before the introduction of these people, I would like to start with a question for you, if we can bring up the word cloud. So in your app, at the program level of this session, so you can go, it's on the parallel session 1.2, or by just scanning the QR code. We would like to get the feeling in this room of what you think with a few words, 1, 2, 3 words, on the Industrial Alliance. What does the Industrial Alliance of SMRs represents for you? Meanwhile, while you answer, I will leave the floor to Angel Giorgio to present the panel.
So, nice to be here with you. I will take the occasion to present our distinguished panelists. I will start with a colleague, Ghislaine Pascal from DG ENER, that has been the prime mover of the European Industrial Alliance. He's a nuclear engineer by background, and he spent his recent career in the European Commission in different DGs, JRC, DG ENER, and DEFCO. Then we have Professor Peter Batten, that, as you probably know, is the Director General of SEK Sen in Belgium. And in his career, he has been responsible for the development of the MIRA project, and he is heavily involved in the lead-cooled reactors. We have then Olli Kymäläinen, that is the Technical Director of Fortum, responsible for the new build, and also, with our great pleasure, Chairman of the Technical Working Group 6 of the European Industrial Alliance. We then have Hidde Basts from Urenco, that is the Director of the Governmental Affairs for the Netherlands and the EU. Before joining the Urenco, he was manager for the oil and gas Canadian company with interest in the Netherlands. And in his prior career, he was a diplomat for the Netherlands in China and Berlin. Then we have Dr. Virginie Vasselin from ANDRA, that has long experience in the final disposal of the nuclear waste in France, and will illustrate the national management plan for radioactive materials that they are having in France. Then we have from the Czech Republic, from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Jan Prasti, that is Director of the New Technologies of the Ministry, and has been leading the activities on sustainable energy, SMRs, hydrogen production, energy research, and is chair of the Czech Working Group on SMRs and representative of the Czech Government Republic in the SMR roadmap. So I will give them the floor to Ghislaine Pascal.
Yep. Yeah, before Ghislaine can start, I'm just looking at the word cloud that comes up. So I like to see collaboration as the, let's say, prevailing word. However, there are some doubts. So I think when there are some doubts, there are some questions. So please put your questions also on the chat of the session, so, on the Q&A of the session on the app, so that we can take them into consideration. I will ask to give the same. I will ask the same questions exactly after the session, so that we can see if those doubts are going away, or if something else comes up. So, thank you for this. If you can switch it to the slides in this moment. Yeah, thank you, Ghislaine.
Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, Angel Giorgio. And I'm very pleased. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be with you this afternoon to give you a bit of, well, to set the scene regarding the European SMR and Industrial Alliance with a bit of history and some information about what happened and the next steps. I will not enter in the technical detail because we have the chance in the panel to have 3 of the chairs of the technical working groups of the Alliance and also governing board members. So with Peter, Oli, and Hida, you will have all the information necessary on research, on safety and safeguard, and also on fuel and radioactive waste management. And we have also 2 very expert panelists who will also provide interesting information and certainly shed some light on challenges and opportunity for SMR in Europe within a decade. So before jumping to the European SMR Industrial Alliance, I think we need to go back a bit to history. All started in July 2021 with the first EU workshop on SMR, perhaps. Several of you participated, and then at that time there was a real call from the industry, from research, about creating a so-called partnership at European level to support SMR. And the first step was the creation of the pre-partnership. So steering committee led by a colleague from SNETP and Nuclear Europe, and with the support also of the Commission, 5 work streams, which look already at different topics like safety, like supply chain, and so on, and which end up with some very valuable reports that were published and are accessible to you on the SNETP and Nuclear Europe website. So all these elements, also in parallel with the creation at Commission level of an inter-service group on SMR, of what was mentioned this morning by Ms. Penkova, of the own initiative report from the European Parliament, created really the right situation to launch this industrial alliance on small modular reactor, and that was done by the Commission in February 2024. And already, right immediately after the launch of the alliance, I would say we got a very large number of organizations interested to join and to become member. I was not personally expecting at the beginning to get so many, but that was really a sign of the strong interest and the motivation of this organization. And as of today, we have currently 346 organizations which have joined the alliance. You see from the map from which European country they come from. I think what is very important to me is also to highlight, perhaps it's a bit small and difficult to read, but that these organizations are coming from very various fields. So you have utility, but research organization, but you have also NGO, you have representatives from member states, from education. So I think this really covers a very large scope of different types of organization, and that's extremely important to take all view on board and to build something with a very comprehensive overview. We have also, of course, a very different type of companies, so from very small one to big one, a lot of SMEs. So that's it's also an important element for the behavior and the development of the alliance. And we still continue to receive applications, so the number will continue to grow. We are reviewing the application very regularly. Talking about the objective of the alliance, this objective, probably you have seen this slide already because it's directly accessible on the alliance website, but the objective, they have not changed. They are still with the target to facilitate the development, demonstration, and deployment of small modular reactor in Europe, I would say within a decade. What is important to keep in mind, and that's a bit, I think, something very specific from this alliance compared to the other one which exists on hydrogen, on battery, and so on. This alliance is really focused on project. The idea is really to support concrete projects which are taking shape in Europe. So that's one of the first objectives of the alliance, and as you know, you will see later on how is it done. And clearly, well, it cannot be done without working on the enabling conditions that are needed to make this a success within the next 10 years. You see on the right of the slide, if you need to refresh your mind or to have access to the different documents or if you are from one company which has still not applied to become a member of the alliance, sorry, thank you. You can download easily the documents that are needed to apply. So the first General Assembly of the Alliance took place last year, end of May. So almost a bit less than 1 year ago. We had the 3 commissioners participating, Ms. Kadri-Simpson, Mr. Breton, and Ms. Ivanova. And of course, we will reproduce this General Assembly this year. You heard this morning the proposed dates from our Commissioner Zarieva. So step by step, we are building, and this new General Assembly will be really the time to inform all the members about all the work that has been done since 1 year. You know, certainly, because it has been already presented, the structure of the alliance with the General Assembly, the governing board, different technical working groups. I will come back on that in a minute. But I think it's important to know that behind this structure, there are peoples. And there are a lot of people in this governing board, and in particular, who have been working hard with the support of the members of the technical working groups to make the alliance develop since a year, to shape it, and to start really preparing for support to the different project working groups. So you have the list, you have the picture. Some have changed. Mr. Yves Debazay, who was the previous Director General of Nuclear Europe, now is replaced by Emmanuel Brutin, who was talking this morning, so you know him as well. And all these governing board members, they have the pleasure to be supported by the Secretariat, and the Secretariat, I'm a member of it. And you see the face of the people that are trying to make this work in the easiest way. So knowing the face, I suppose that you know some already, that's allow you to come to the people and to ask questions if you have any. The Alliance, as I said, is structured around 2 pillars, technical working groups and project working groups. If we look at the technical working groups, there are 8 in total. They are covering the main subjects that are of direct interest for the development of SMR, so industry application, technology and research, supply chain skills, public engagement, safety and safeguard, fuel cycle, and financing. So this group started for some of them in June, some in October, and since then they have been really working hard to develop the work and in particular the action plans and the technology roadmap for the Alliance. And this group, in fact, their targets to be all at the service of a certain number of project working groups that have been identified by the Alliance end of last year. You have here the list of the 9 first projects that have been identified. There was a call launched just after the first General Assembly. We got in total 22 applications. It was not possible to take them all on board. The governing board identified the ones that were matching in the best way the criteria of the Annex 1 of the TOR, which doesn't mean that the others were not of quality, but at the beginning it was also decided to start with a limited number of projects. And now the work is taking shape to support and to address the requests that the project have submitted to the Alliance to be able to support them in the best possible way in the coming years. I will not speak longer than that. I hope that I gave you a kind of a good picture of the Alliance, of the structure, and where we are now. It's not the end. It's just the beginning of the work of the Alliance. We have a lot of things to do in front of us, and you will learn more information right now. And we have to see also, to look at the future. The Alliance is not working in isolation. You heard this morning about the creation of this important project for common interest, so the IPCI. The Net Zero Industry Act also can provide support in the future. So really a lot of things are still necessary, but step by step being done to support the first SMR project in Europe in the very near future. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be ready to answer to any questions. Thank you.
We leave the floor to the next panelist, which is Peter Batten from SEK, and the chair of the Technical Working Group on Research and Development and Innovation.
Okay, thank you very much. So as Ghislain already pointed out, we have several technical working groups, and I've been chairing Technical Working Group 2. So Technical Working Group 2 is with regard to research, innovation, what we have to do in support of the project working groups. And this is also something that I would like to stress, because in SNETP we are used to making strategic research agendas, deployment strategies, and so on, coming bottom up from the research organizations, universities, industry, SMEs. But the difference here is that we really want to respond to what the project working groups are asking. Here you see also an overview of all the participants. So it's maybe not the largest, but one of the largest technical working groups with 125 members. And so we had to look to the overall scope of research and development of all these 9 project working groups, but encompassing, of course, also different technologies, which by itself is also a challenge. So, in fact, it was a huge work to try to come up with a first action plan by the beginning of the year. That was the target. So we organized ourselves in several subgroups addressing the different topics that you see here, going from core performance R&D up till non-electrical applications. So in fact, most of the work was done by the subgroup leaders that you see here, the organizations that have been appointed. So they gathered, in fact, all the information coming from the organizations and so on, And then afterwards, we cross-checked that with the information coming from the project working groups. So you see here the list of meetings that we have had, coordination meetings between, let's say, the different subgroups, the leading of the groups, and then also having the finalization towards more or less the beginning of this year. So we came up with an action plan. This action plan, of course, was first, let's say, created per subgroup. Afterwards, of course, we looked to the links and the possible overlaps between the different subgroups. What you see here, and I will not present everything in detail, it's not the purpose. If you would like to have all the information, it's available. But here you see, for instance, what we have done for materials and fuels. Here you see already 7 actions. And then this is for every sub-working group that we did this. So for modular construction optimization, for digital, for safety, for advanced nuclear technologies, the test facilities and the demonstrators. And then finally also for non-electrical applications. So for each of the subgroups, we have a detailed action plan, and this more or less boils down to 60, 70 actions, which is of course a lot. What we have also done, we have been, let's say, cross-checking with what has already been done in the European context of the framework projects by Euratom. So a lot of has already, let's say, been initiated, but we have also identified the gaps towards the future where we should work on. Now, of course, this is a little bit too much, because you have to imagine that this is only one technical working group. We have 8 of them, so if you would multiply 70 by 8, it's way too much. So we had also to look to a way to try to consolidate that. And this is something that we did at the end. It was not so easy to go to, let's say, more or less 10 overall actions. So besides, what you see here is that, in fact, we also addressed the specific topics for, let's say, other type of technologies, so the non-specific water technologies, such as lead and molten salt. What you see here, so a lot of actions that finally went up into 10 overall actions that we tried to define, encompassing most of the things. Of course, if you summarize something, of course, some details are lost, it's clear, but you also have to remember that this has to go into a final action plan and also a technology roadmap. So we had to summarize. You see here some of the actions, the 10 actions that we have put forward. So going towards European codes and standards. So today we know that different kind of code standards are being used in Europe. If we would like to facilitate something going across border and having something accelerated in Europe, going towards some recognition based on voluntary basis is maybe a way to get there. Also on nuclear data is also spread everywhere. So if we can try to get that somewhere managed centrally in Europe, it also would benefit the different developers. Also with regard to export control, if we could, let's say, lift there the hurdles within Europe, it would also benefit developers of projects. Of course, we know that experimental facilities are needed, scarce, becoming more and more scarce. So identify which ones we have to keep or have to build new ones in order to generate that data. All these items are very important. We also have been looking to the fuel supply, because projects are usually reactors, but reactors, they need fuel, dedicated fuel, but also the fuel cycle associated and the R&D topics related to that. SMRs, of course, they are, let's say, relying on passive systems. We know that. But in order to validate it, to get that through the licensing process. Harmonized approaches would be recommendable. Digitalization can also help in accelerating the projects. That's also why we want to identify there the quick wins, not wait for 10 years, but those that would have an impact in the short term. And of course, linking with the Technical Working Group 1 in terms of how to address the specific R&D issues related to, let's say, non-electrical applications, coming from heat applications or other. So there can be specific R&D issues that we have to tackle in the very near future. So these were the ones that we have identified, and now we will try also in the governing board to summarize everything at a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batten. And the next coming up is Mr. Kymäläinen, which is the chair of the Technical Working Group 6, which is safety. The floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I'm pleased to summarize what is going on in the safety and safeguards technical working group of the Alliance. So, yeah, can I have the first slide? So sorry.
Remote there. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, of course. Yeah, so safety and well, safety and safeguards and security. I mean, they are a huge topic, obviously. But one way of looking at that is as is shown in this picture. So we can think that for SMRs or for any nuclear, so they can be justified only if we can convince ourselves, the regulators and the general public that they are safe, that this can be done safely. So that is the fundament of everything. Thing about SMRs in particular, there are a couple of let's say specific features that we need to think about when and which are connected to safety. So SMRs, I mean, in order to be able to for them to be, let's say, commercially feasible and to really enable actual deployment of them. So we need to make sure that we can reach serial production and through standardization and that we don't need to redesign the plant each time that we start a project in a different country in Europe. This, of course, this is true. I mean, not only for SMRs, but for SMRs, this is particularly important and crucial. It's very difficult to see large-scale deployment of SMRs if we really need to significantly redesign the plants going from one country to another. And then for SMRs, when we look at the niches where SMRs are most promising, so clearly, I mean, they can supply power for, I mean, and they can be, let's say, deployed in way of co-generation. For example, for industrial, I mean, in addition to electricity to produce also industrial heat or district heat, as we have heard today, and or that they can be deployed also at sites which are, let's say, for example, old fossil fuel plant sites, and these all these means that the SMRs could be deployed at sites and locations closer to population or closer to industrial facilities and than the existing reactors. And this brings some specific questions that we need to tackle. And based on this thinking, so we have identified kind of 6 topical areas or topics that we want to focus and based on which we would like to organize the work in the technical working group number 6. So the first one is let's say, harmonization or let's say pursuing the cooperation of safety assessments and pre-licensing in Europe. We have heard about that. That has been happening already, and obviously from Technical Working Group 6 side, we certainly want to support that. For AMRs, I mean, for non-light water SMRs, so I mean, certainly there are similar challenges, but we see as a technical development level may be slightly different, and the challenges might be slightly different than for light water SMRs. So we see that slightly as a different challenge. Safeguards and security, I mean, they are obviously a topic of themselves, and they are also not to be forgotten when talking about new reactors and SMRs in particular. So I mean, for example, safeguards typically is something that is easily forgotten in the beginning of the design, and that might lead to let's say, quite difficult challenges later on in the design when the features have already been decided. We are not talking only about nuclear safety requirements. I mean, there are also other aspects of safety and other aspects of industrial requirements. So, for example, fire safety, occupational safety, environmental safety, and these also typically tend to be the requirements tend to be national in Europe. So this is a certain challenge. So we wouldn't like to change the design just because the national, for example, fire safety requirements are different, which they are currently. And this is something we will be addressing. Then of course, I mean, if we want to deploy an SMR close to, let's say, hydrogen electrolyzer, chemical plant, whatever industrial facility, so we need to think about the risks or the, let's say, external hazards that the industrial facility can pose to the SMR, and these are something slightly different from what we are used to do today. I mean, typically the current reactors are located a little bit more remotely and not exactly next to an industrial facility. And even for I mean, some district heating reactors, there might be issues related to, for example, I mean, if they are located like underground, so I mean, flooding and this kind of external hazards. And then, of course, I mean, the sixth or the lowest bullet here, so is about the consideration of what kind of radiological hazard and what kind of I mean, what kind of risk, I mean, the SMR could pose to the industrial facility or to the population center, and this is related to emergency planning, the size of the emergency planning zone, and so on. And indeed, so what we did, so we organized our technical working groups along these six topical areas, and this is the structure of the technical working group number 6. So number 1 is pre-licensing and safety assessment of cooperation for SMRs, mainly focusing on light water SMRs, then pre-licensing and licensing readiness of advanced modular reactors, safeguards and security is a separate subgroup, non-nuclear requirements, external hazards due to industrial facilities, and emergency preparedness and response, and links with site selection. And then, as for the action plan, so we have developed an action plan. I mean, for each of these subgroups, and that's a lengthy document. So I'm not going to go through all the actions that we have identified. I'm trying to give a kind of a summary. I mean, at the summary level of the key, should I say, key actions that what we are focusing on currently, and the first one in here is so we are starting to produce what we call industry position papers on selected nuclear safety issues for SMRs, and this is something that is building upon the work that has been done already earlier. For example, well, of course, on the pre-partnership that was mentioned by Ghislaine, but also, for example, on the Euratom safety issues benchmark that has been going on, and we hope that the report will come out quite soon. And of course, the work that has been done by other international organizations. So I mentioned some possible topics, examples of possible topics. For example, defense in-depth matrix, safety classification, analysis, code validation requirements, etc. And this applies for both light water reactors, SMRs and AMRs. We are also looking for possibilities to organize workshops on particular AMR technologies. Now I have mentioned here lead-cooled fast reactors and molten salt reactors, because they are the two technologies that are currently included in this 9 projects that Ghislaine mentioned in his speech. As for security and safeguards issues, we believe the key topic there is to improve the availability of information. I mean, there is a lot of information available, I mean, of course, through IEA and Euratom safeguards. But it is felt that there might be need to let's say, see, I mean, how possibly in ways of workshops or something to improve the availability of that information to also the technology developers and project developers. We are looking to develop industry position papers also on non-nuclear safety issues. It could be that, for example, the fire safety requirements, which typically are national, as I mentioned, so that is a promising first topic. And then as a fifth point, so assessing risk caused by SMRs by nearby industrial facilities and vice versa. So this will start by gathering and mapping the current situation in European countries. And then, as was mentioned by previous speakers, by Ghislaine and Peter, so obviously, I mean, the role of technical working groups is to support the projects, and so obviously we are prepared to provide any other support that we can just reasonably provide to the projects. And this just a few words about the ways of working, and very shortly. So something that is important for our technical working group in particular is that we hope to have close interaction with the NSREC SMR task force, and we have had good dialogue with them, and we have the understanding that they are very much very eager, they are very willing to work with us, and this, I think, is a very important success factor for us, so that we need to have the dialogue with the regulatory side as well. And the foundation of the whole industrial alliance is the cooperation with the project working group. So this is, of course, key. And we also obviously recognize that we need to synchronize the work and cooperate also with other technical working groups, including Peter's and Hide's working group here, and just to make sure that we don't work in silos. And something that in particular maybe on the safety technical working group, so there are quite many international organizations that have been working on these issues from different points of view. So clearly, we want to make sure that we don't try to reinvent the wheel, but we build upon what has been done already. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Olli. We move towards another working group, which is chaired by Jurenko, and we have the pleasure here to have the chair of Technical Working Group 7 on fuel and waste. Thank you, Hidde.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me as a speaker, and thank you to you all for staying up until the bitter end of this conference. So, very good. My name is Hidde Baas, I work at Urenco, and I have the honor to chair the 7th working group, which is focusing on the fuel cycle, both at the front end and the back end of the fuel cycle. I do that together with Orano. So maybe a bit of context. So we see a lot of innovation in the sector, and we see a ramp up of capacities needed. So we see lifetime extensions, you see new builds, you see SMR developments, advanced reactors, micro reactors. So all this has to be done in parallel from a fuel cycle perspective. Because we see a lot of different reactors needing different types of fuel potentially. It's hard to predict which SMRs or AMRs will come to market first, which is also a bit uncertain for the fuel cycle where our priority should be and where we should invest. I think the good news is that there's been, in the process of the working group, there's less concern about the current capacities on the existing fuel cycle, mostly low-enriched uranium for reactors. The next phase is a bit more uncertain, and I think this demonstrates what we're up against. So we see a lot of developments, which is great. A lot of innovation is taking place, but we also need alignment on where to focus, because reactors need to come online and they need fuel. It's not only the diversity of developments, both traditional and new, but it's also, as we've seen multiple times today, the demand that nuclear, the role that nuclear can play in decarbonization our economies, for competitiveness, for energy security, and in energy independence. So we need not only more of the traditional capacities in fuel cycles, we need new ones, and we need a lot more of them. So I just wanted to mention this as a bit of a context for the working group. This is it. I won't bore you with it, but I was surprised that almost 70, we have almost 70 members of this technical working group, which is quite a lot. I didn't expect that. And they are from all over Europe, as you can see. This is a bit of the structure that we had for the technical working group. So we had one on existing capabilities on the front end. And like I said, there were little concerns about us meeting that demand. There are some bottlenecks, like in conversion for uranium, etc., but by and large, there was very little concern that we could meet demand, both now and in the future. The second one was more on advanced fuels. We have a range of fuels from molten salt reactors. We need MOX, we need higher SA LEU, so we need a lot of thinking on how to structure that. And the third one was on the back end of the fuel cycle. I think when you want to be a responsible sector, you need to think about, when you're designing a reactor, what you do with your waste products. I won't go too much into that because Virginie will go into this. But we had a great subgroups and great subgroup leaders. One leader is here, Hamid, where I have seen you today. Hamid is there. We have developed an action plan as well. I can't go into all the details, obviously, but maybe just a few highlights in the action plan. So I think the first one, and I think that's very timely, with the announcement of the European Commission to have the Repower EU launched. That means that basically what it says is oil and gas and nuclear fuel cycle should be less reliant or non-reliant on unreliable partners, in this case Russia, for example. By doing this, you automatically strengthen the European fuel cycle and supply chain. So I think this is very good for Europe to become self-reliant and have more energy security and determination of its own supply chain. Very important. Another thing that mostly came up was the regulatory framework needs to be flexible and agile, but predictable as well, backed by long-term political policies. Nuclear, as we've seen today, is not, it is a long-term game. We can't be wishy-washy, so we need predictability. Another important one that came up often using the airliners analogy is that you need a common framework of technological readiness. Where something is decided that it's good enough in one country, we should work in Europe to adopt that over borders. I've seen that in practice where Dutch and French regulators are working together to adopt certain reactor types and fuels, so I think this is very good. Also the spent fuel, I think we need to spend a lot of time on that, and that's not just a final repository, but also minimizing the waste. It's reprocessing and reusing spent fuel, and then looking at final repositories. And maybe a few last remarks. I think that the EU is home to a few elements in the fuel cycle that are crucial for nuclear. We can be even globally dominant in some cases. I think we need to strengthen that. I think we need to be at the forefront of the global nuclear fuel cycle. I think we have all the ingredients in Europe to do that. And I think it will be to the great benefit of the EU's decarbonization, but also industrial competitiveness and energy security. And with that, I want to leave you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we stay in the topic with the back end of the fuel, in this case, with Dr. Wasselan, that will speak for Andra. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank the organization to give me the opportunity to present the vision of a waste management organization regarding the challenges we could face with waste produced by SMR, AMR in the future. To do this, I will illustrate this topic through the French situation. As said this morning by Guillaume Bouit, we have an innovative nuclear reactor support program in France with 11 SMR, AMR concept technologies. From all these technologies, so we have a fission, fusion, water light reactor, high temperature reactor, but also molten salt reactor technologies, lead or natrium coolant, graphite moderator. You can have different fuel as presented before, oxide 1, triso, tritium fuel. So as you see, a lot of technologies which are developed at the same time. We don't know, as also said before, which one is going to emerge. But we have to have in mind that in France we have only some concepts like light water reactor and a fast breeder reactor. For the other technologies, of course, we do not have such reactors in France. That means that we have to work closely with the new actors in order to identify the challenges of the future waste which are going to be produced by such technologies. What is the situation in France? We have disposal in operation and project of disposal, a DGR, CGO, which is under licensing process. For disposal in operation, we have already waste acceptance criteria which have been approved by the regulatory body. So in this case, the question from waste management organization is the compliance of the different waste which are going to be produced by such technologies with the waste acceptance criteria already approved. We can face two new nature of waste, like salt, like natrium, for which we are going to have, for example, pyrophoricity risk. We are going to be faced sometimes to a large content of long-lived activation projects. It will depend on the material which is going to be chosen for the reactor. And in this case, as we have some limit for disposal in operation, we could be faced to an issue for such waste. And we have another issue which is not from a radiological point of view, but from hazards and toxic toxic point of view, like for lead, which could be chosen for some technology. So, as I said, we have also a project, DGR, for which we developed a safety case. It was mentioned by Olivier before, so in the previous panel, that there is a review of the safety case of CGO at the moment. And this safety case is based on an inventory with vitrified waste. As you know all that in France, reprocessing is the reference. The reprocessing of fuel is a reference. So in this case, the questions is linked to the back end of the fuel. Are fuel compatible with facilities which are in operation or with future facilities? One example is the questions of 3CO fuel, which is used in HTR reactor. In the case that there's no reprocessing for some fuel, maybe for a first of kind, for example, in the case, we have a questions to consider the disposal of the direct disposal of fuel. And in any cases, we need to have studies, so to study the new high-level waste which can be produced by reprocessing of new fuel or the direct disposal of the fuel. So, to conclude this short introduction, I want to highlight that the integrated waste management approach by design must be taken into account in order to obtain an overall vision of the impacts of SMR, AMR on the entire fuel cycle. And for that, dialogue with new actors, but maybe through the alliance, of course, at each step of the development of the reactor to avoid is very important in order to avoid creating a new burden for future generations. And also to conclude, I want to mention that there is a poster on the project FOSAF. So FOSAF is a strategic study in EURAD II, so in which we think about, we try to identify the need of R&D for SMR, AMR in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Virginie, for your reminder on the waste. And we conclude, last but not least, a point of view that comes from an external stakeholder. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Last but not least, so my role is now to summarize the point of view of government that is really willing to accelerate in SMRs. So we try to be visible, and we are also part of the European Industrial Alliance on SMRs. So I got now a perfect overview of all the activities. It's so impressive, it's so much. And so many people meet and talk, and we really are looking for an investment decision in Europe. So we need an investor who is really prepared to invest, and it's the role of the ministry to prepare the condition herefore. And I would like to speak about this now. So it's about the implementation of the Czech SMR roadmap. So my team has been working for 4 years on this. Of course, we were part of the first SMR meeting organized by the European Commission, which was already the first impulse, the first signal that the European Commission is interested in nuclear. That's important. So now openly speaking about nuclear here, about new projects, about possible state aid, IPCIs, it's something what could potentially change the investment environment in Europe. So we summarized our goals in the Czech SMR roadmap that was adopted by the government 2 years ago. There is a clear need to decarbonize the Czech energy system because we are heavily dependent on coal. My colleague Ladislav already spoke about it. So we have big plans. We have the plan to build big plants and also small SMRs. So there is the potential to build up to 3 gigawatts of capacity in SMRs. And I'm happy that part of my job is to talk with the investors and also with experts, because we have also a Czech working group. So if you need the expertise, you have to create an expert group. So I have about 80 Czech experts meeting regularly on SMRs, and my task is to involve them in the European initiatives, and not just European. So we have also technical assistance from the US, and we try first to find potential sites, and it's the main obstacle to find a proper site. So SMRs should be the tool how to come from coal to new decarbonized energy source, and it's not so clear that these sites are really suitable for this. So we summarized all the problems in this SMR roadmap, and the government adopted a resolution, and we are now implementing all these tasks. So we still have to adopt the state energy policy, so it's sure now that SMRs will be part of it. We have an analysis on the financing, so we got the replies from the potential investors. All of them want state aid. It's not a surprise, because the energy system in Europe is heavily dependent on state aid. So also SMRs will need for the first projects state aid. We try to involve Czech companies in these SMR supply chains. So Czech companies are also members of the alliance. And we try to accelerate, and for this we are looking for other governments, other countries, and we try to find common position. Of course, we will need a fleet in Europe to have SMRs cheaper, because without a fleet, it will be still expensive. Our activities, just briefly, of course, we follow all the leaders, so the happenings in Canada, in the US, of course, in Europe, what's happening in the UK, what's happening in Sweden, in the Netherlands. We try to coordinate, and we are also supporting Czech researchers. We have a research on the seismicity of the Czech territory. One of the results is an online seismic map for the potential investors. The suitable sites are also in the annex of the roadmap. And we work on this also with the US administration on the project Phoenix and on the program Next. We try to deepen the expertise also of the Czech regulator with the assistance of the US program Next. And of course, as CES, as the investor, is involved now in the partnership with the Rolls-Royce SMR, so the Czech regulator is cooperating with the British regulator, and it was also involved in the NUVARD design review. We are really now hoping that the Industrial Alliance will publish an action plan. So that's important to have like the concrete points that will lead to a project, which means the new build. And we speak about this also with our Polish colleagues. Last week we organized in Prague a regional conference on a possible cooperation regarding the regulation, the preparation of the sites, the preparation of the workforce, because that has been identified as the main challenge, to find enough people prepared for all the plans we have in nuclear in Europe. I mentioned the potential of cooperation with other governments. We are now working on a memorandum with the British government. Hopefully it will then be realized after the results of the Great British Nuclear competition, hopefully soon. And we also support the accelerating initiatives in the international organizations, intergovernmental organizations, for example, the accelerating SMR for net zero initiative in the Nuclear Energy Agency at OECD. I mentioned already the potential investor. So the Czech government was informed about the partnership of ČEZ with Rolls-Royce SMR. We are having a conversation with Orlen Synthos Green Energy about the possible investment in Czechia. They already created a Czech company, BWRX-CZ. And we have also a small Czech energy utility, SUAS Group, that is involved in the US project Phoenix and program Next, and working currently on a feasibility study for their site. What's also, and mostly of interest, is how to find possibility, how to fund this together. So you know about the important projects of common European interest, the IPCIs. So 13 member states adopted the decision to continue together and to find money, to allocate money for this project. So we hope that this will be also successful. And it's not just about SMR, so we hope that there will be also the potential to cooperate on research reactors, for example. So the question of the medical isotopes is very important also to us. And the first phase of the IPCI will be now started, and it will be it will last to February next year. So I hope that next time when we meet, we will know more about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. And I see from the app that there are no questions yet from the audience. Of course, there is also the old style of a raising hand. But we would like to open indeed the panel for discussion. And well, we will start actually by a question from myself. In order to address another point of view that we haven't seen here. We have seen several technical working groups, external stakeholders. We also have one representative of a project working group with Peter Batten. And the question for you is, how do you see how the alliance can do for the project? Like if you change hat and put the project working group position that you have, what are the critical points in which and most urgent ones in which the alliance can help the project to advance?
Okay, so from a project point of view, there are of course several items that I can mention. So they will relate to each type of, let's say, working group, but maybe just coming back to what my colleague was ending with. So of course, every project is confronted with financing. I think we don't have to beat around the bush. This is Without money, you cannot do anything. So looking to what type of mechanisms in terms of grants and loans are being able for nuclear projects is very important in the European context. And of course, what has been mentioned here, the IPCEI, will become important, but just to stress, there is no money in itself. It's going through the member states. So the member states have to put money in their programs, but the advantage is that if you have several member states joining one project and it comes through the process in the end, you have also a solution for the problem of state aid. It also will, to some extent, facilitate the working together between member states and organizations. It's also a challenge for, let's say, the Alliance and IPCEI in the future, how this will eventually work out, because everything will also have to go through the member states. Secondly, of course, relating to my colleague of the fuel cycle, I cannot stress more than reactors always need fuel, and so we are talking here about an AMR project, so it's not a standard LEU fuel. So what we need is MOX fuel, so it's fast reactor MOX fuel. It's something that Europe can do, and in fact Belgium is perfectly suited, has developed that, but today there are no capabilities. So it's also something that we have to look to develop in a European context and to provide it to the different stakeholders. If we then look to the supply chain for AMRs is of course not exactly the same as the one for light water reactors. So you cannot always take exactly the same components. So we have to identify where are the gaps and how possible new manufacturers can come into play, or existing ones can modify their, let's say, production lines and accreditations and so on. But this will have to be, let's say, in some kind of dialogue. It's not that we just will rely on the market. It has to come from both sides in order to find the appropriate solutions. Of course, safety is important, and we are all confronted with the issue of, let's say, the borders. And if you go from one country to the next country, we suffer from, let's say, having another licensing authority. So here, since we are in a project with different, let's say, countries, we already try from the very start to involve all the competent safety authorities. In this particular case, from Belgium, Romania, and potentially Italy, in order to have already some kind of harmonization at the beginning of the pre-licensing phase, in order not to be confronted with additional hurdles afterwards. In this respect, of course, if you can have, let's say, going to more harmonized use of code standard data infrastructure in the European context, this will, of course, also benefit our project.
I have a question from Ghislaine. Ghislaine, as European Commission DG ENER representative, what is your vision for the deployment of light water SMRs and advanced modular reactors in the EU in the future?
Thank you, Angel Giorgio. I think this question is the same as between large plant and SMR. We should not oppose the different technology and the different design. We have, of course, the possibility with light water reactor and SMR perhaps to go a bit faster because the fuel is already available. But this is not a reason why we should delay or not also progress and work on the advanced modular reactor, because we need them, and especially for closing the fuel cycle, for the industry to have high temperature. So there are a lot of benefits. So I think this needs to be done in parallel to be sure that when this design and technology will be ready and deployable, we will have them. And that's really something that needs to come step by step in the next decade. So please do not, we should not oppose anything. We should work in parallel on the different technology.
Thank you. And then building on this, what should be the role of the Commission in supporting the skills and the workforce that is needed for the deployment of SMRs?
Well, I think already, I would say not to praise the Commission, but there have been a lot of things that have been done, especially in the frame of the Euratom Research and Training Program since years. We have to keep in mind that if we have large knowledge which has been maintained, and also the capacity for young people, for PhD to be done in different type of technology, it's also due to the work that has been done in different Euratom projects. And that needs to continue, and of course to be even extended if possible. We are looking at different possibilities in the frame of the Net Zero Industry Act, like Net Zero Academy, and that will also should be put in place to support the development of skills. And well, within the alliance itself, there is a technical working group on skills and human resources, because it was already mentioned, but it's clearly a key to have the people ready in time. I think several of the people talking today already indicate that we need to start very early. So we need to start already with the people, young people of 10, 15 years to attract them to nuclear, to be sure that step by step they will be ready when we will need it.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience that is actually, I think, quite interesting, especially when we talk about different technologies, but in this case more like perspective strategies. And it's about long-term waste management. So I would invite Virginie to answer, perhaps, as it is a complex and strategic issue. So how is the Industrial Alliance managing the different needs in terms of short-term ones, long-term ones, and also reprocessing strategy versus geological repository? So Virginie, I invite you to answer, but if somebody else has something to comment, please.
Okay, so Andra is not in the alliance, but I can give a few words. And what we put in place in Andra is a dialogue with new actors in order to explain to them how it works for waste and management, which is very important because often vendors are going to develop a reactor without thinking about waste. It's going to change, but it was the case 2 years ago. And for long-term management, it's important to work with them and to have an inventory of which waste are going to be produced in order to see if it the waste can be taken, disposed of in future disposal, so when the disposal are not in operation. Otherwise, if we have to work together to develop new solution, it's something also in which is not studied, but in Astra strategic study in EURAD II, there are 2 tasks on alternative radioactive waste management and on deep borehole disposal, and they also take into account such possibility to have new ways to manage like that.
Yeah, maybe from my side, because the back end of the fuel cycle was part of our technical working group. So there's, you will see the action plan. It's coming out very soon, and I think there's a big chapter devoted to the back end of the fuel cycle. And that, like I said, it ranges to minimizing the volume of the waste. It's to recycling, it's transmutation, it's reprocessing of uranium. It goes into the final repository. It goes into advanced reactors using parts of the spent fuel as fuel for advanced reactors, thereby further closing the fuel cycle. So we have a lot of attention to that, and it's all in the document.
Thank you. Since you have the mic on, well, whoever else can also comment on this. It's Paul's asking if the alliance is also a vehicle for collaboration between proponents of similar SMR technologies. So you have a few water-cooled SMRs, so you have a few lead-cooled projects. So how can there be collaboration? And I think, well, fuel is probably one of the topics in which most collaboration there can be. So I invite you to comment on that.
Yeah, so I think, so from the existing fuel capabilities, like I said, there is no worry that there is a shortage of capacity to deliver for the, the light water reactors, the SMR reactors. I think where it gets a bit more tricky is indeed the coming fuels, like we heard MOX already, we heard other forms of higher enriched uranium, or etc. And there it is, we need cooperation, and so ideally in the fuel cycle it works on long-term contracts, and then we can invest. That's always the best possibility. But in nascent markets where the fuel is not really commercially available and demanded, there I think we need collaboration, because we need funding to develop that. Otherwise it's very tricky for private companies on their own to develop fuels that there's no really demand for. And this is where I think we need to look for collaboration and collaborative funding maybe.
If you want, I can complement. Of course, there's clear synergies also between sodium technology and lead technology in design, safety approaches, and so on, and infrastructure even. But even beyond that, also with regard to, let's say, light water reactors, they have a supply chain. So also these AMRs, they should also try to benefit to the extent possible on everything that we are going to do for the light water reactors, because the AMRs should not reinvent the wheel. They should, let's say, try to rely to the extent possible on what will be done anyhow for light water reactors.
Please go ahead.
Yes, and if you look just, for example, at that's really one of the wish and the push of the European Commission, to see that synergy has been created between different projects, between resources to share the work and to go to common work. Just as an example, you see that there is one of the projects that has been identified, the one on city heat for district heating, and you have one company coming from Finland, one company coming from France, targeting the same type of market. And they decided to collaborate together to have also more capacity to interact with the regulator to progress faster.
So you invite other companies to do similar, or?
Yes.
I have a question on the European energy independence. SMRs could be seen as a mean to foster this independence in this heavy geopolitical situation. How do you see the possible IPCI as a mean of implementing this independence for the fuel and also for the local supply? I would ask this to Jan and to Hid.
Yeah, so these IPCIs, of course, have to be filled with the money. So it was already said here. So we hope that this will be also done. But I'm responsible also for hydrogen, so I know how complicated it was even for us to find the political support to give the national money for this IPCI for hydrogen, and we did not succeed in the end. So, of course, now the situation should be better, because we have also the so-called nuclear alliance. So this should then really have also a clear guidance or clear signal from the European Commission that it's really wanted. So it's also then important that it will be part of that nuclear in general, not just SMRs, will be part of all the strategic documents. So now we have it in the Clear Industrial Act. We will have a communication on SMRs. we will have the PING, the illustrative program. So I think that also this security aspect should be part of these documents to convince the governments, because the governments are politicians. So the politicians have to understand that it's really also in the strategic interest of the EU. So then they will be also able to provide the national money for this. Yeah? So it's like a cycle which have to be also like which have to be on mind when preparing all the European strategic documents. So then I hope the money will be there.
With the reference to the fuel, Idem?
Yeah, for me, my cloud word will be resilience, and SMRs and AMRs will be a means to a resilient Europe and a resilient energy system and competitiveness, etc. So I think the IPCI, the PINK are all instruments to unlock, to see what investments are needed and to unlock these investments in a very pragmatic way by member states in collaboration, preferably with each other. So, like I said again, for the existing fuel demand, and there's no worry, but in the next phase, in the innovation and the next generation of reactors, we need indeed these instruments to be able to invest in those.
Thank you.
Okay, I invite questions also from the audience at any time, if somebody wants to comment. Also, we are talking about energy security, which is something very important. It's one of the parts that will guarantee Europe to be independent. I don't see hands raising, so I switch towards another topic, which is related to the fact that the SMRs make sense, especially when they are in combination with industrial applications. So this is addressed by one of the technical working group of the Alliance, which is now currently trying to collect input from industrials' demands, but it also tries to identify challenges. One of the challenges comes with co-location, the safety point of view. So there is one safety point of view, and another point that was also raised by somebody in the audience, which is interim storage of spent fuel and of waste. So let's talk perhaps about the safety first, and then I will give the word then to Virginie.
Yeah, yes, indeed, that has been. I mean, that's included in our technical working group as one of the key topics, and of course as. Regarding the co-location of SMR and industrial facility or SMR and let's say district heating application. So there clearly I mean we can look at it from two opposite angles. So obviously I mean we need to kind of collect our understanding that what are the external hazards that the industrial facility can pose to the SMR, and we know that I mean there is already I mean there is work that has been done on this and in various countries, and for example related to hydrogen electrolyzers, hydrogen storage is close to nuclear facility. And but the same applies also for example chemical plant and so what we intend to do is in our technical working group obviously is to kind of collect and make inventory of what are the positions in different and what has been done in different European countries and where we are in regarding that, and try to kind of formulate the commonalities and identify where we can find the kind of a common position on that. And then of course the other side of the coin is obviously the well, potential risk that the SMR or nuclear facility can pose to the industrial facility, and this is related to the well, let's say the radiological releases, radiological consequences, and emergency planning zone, and these are, yeah, these are complex questions, because obviously, I mean, from engineering point of view, we can try to analyze the source terms, we can try to analyze the probabilities, we can try to analyze the radiological consequences, but then, of course, this is I mean, for example, defining emergency planning zones, so that practice can be quite different in different countries, and but this is something we need to look into, because that's a very important question, and I know that in some countries, including my own, I mean Finland, I mean the regulatory requirements on, for example, emergency planning zones, so that has been changed and into more, let's say, goal-oriented way, so that we don't have exact kilometers defined in our regulations anymore, but it's up to justification and that what is safe. And the same thing is we know, for example, of the licensing of NuScale in the US, so there are progress made in that, and we need to find the good practices for Europe, so that, because this is very important point.
Thank you. So we cannot at this point yet say there are blocking points or there are no blocking points. It's going to be on a case by case.
Yeah, I don't see any blocking points necessary. I mean, this is just something that we need to work on, and of course, as in many of these questions we are tackling. So I mean, the what kind of causes additional work is that the practices are so different in different countries, and so that we need to pursue that and work on that and solve it.
Thank you. Well, that's already comforting. So going back to the waste, because indeed from the audience they ask if it's rather that current SMR designs include their own waste conditioning and storage facilities, all waste will have to be centralized, and talking about different types of waste, because we are talking about an increased diversity of types of waste. So what is Andrea's point of view?
Well, with this new situation you describe, we are going to have a multiplicity of the sites on which we are going to have reactors, and it's a change it's changed the picture, because now what we have is a nuclear site on which you have all the utilities, so you have facilities for characterization, treating waste, conditioning, and storage. And so how can we imagine on a site in which you have an industry, so classical one, and a reactor, so do we need to have on this site a storage facility, a conditioning facility, or do we need to have a centralized one? But what I can say is that in the case of if there's a tricky situation in which you have to retrieve, for example, fuel from the reactor, of course you need an interim storage. So you see, it's at the moment difficult to say which model we need to develop, and I think that it's not a question for a country. It's something that can be shared at European level, to see which kind of model could be developed on the such site in which you do not have classical utilities that you have on nuclear site. And the other question is about responsibilities of the actors, because you are going to have an industry which is going to use the energy. Is this industry responsible of the waste which are going to be produced? Is it the responsibility of the operator, maybe, of the reactor, if the operator is different than this industry, or the responsibility of the vendor? So we see that we have a lot of questions in front of us, and we have to share, I think, at international level, as we can have also reactors coming from other countries, so through further with the export of reactors. So in this case, also we have to think about the responsibilities for the waste of the different actors.
Okay, questions actually keep on coming on the topic. So we have actually a question if I believe it's if the projects are already considering decommissioning, dismantling by design, and safeguards as well. So is this something that we can say, yes, they are doing it already?
Well, the projects certainly are at different level of development, and I cannot say the ranking of the projects, obviously, and we don't know it at this point, but certainly, I mean, as we have been in or let's say we have received requests from the projects, and based on those, we can say that, I mean this in particular safeguards and safeguards by design topic has been something it has been requested that the Industrial Alliance could help them, and so I believe that there is work that can be done, and let's say typically, of course, I mean when starting a project and discussing with about the safety requirements, so the safeguards, I would say that they tend not to be on the forefront. So this tends to be the case, and of course what we are kind of well, not worried, but something that we need to pay attention is that in some SMRs, as they are simple and they are small and they are I mean just simply physically different than the existing reactors. So not all things related to safeguards and security are trivial. So they need planning from the very beginning.
Right. Yeah, because you mentioned security at this point, but it is a topic that's probably when I speak about SMRs is one of the topics that I'm most challenged in answering. What about the security aspect in the multiplying of this type of plants? Is it something that will be a challenge or just a matter of cost? I would say it is something that we know how to do for current power plants. So how is SMRs going to change the landscape?
Well, let's say that yeah, what we see is that the challenges can be different, and as mentioned, I mean I mean, in order for SMRs to be competitive, I mean, they need to be simplified. They need to be smaller than the existing plants, and this naturally leads that I mean that they are, let's say that the physical barriers that might be there, I mean, they are fewer. I mean, than in SMRs typically than in a large reactor. So this is likely to have implication, or let's say that it's not necessary. I mean, I don't mean that it's something that cannot be solved, but it's I mean, of course but it just needs to be taken into account in the beginning, so that might require somewhat different thinking than existing reactors.
Thank you. We got more question. Not sure about the time. Yes, we still have time. The question is about R&D. If there is a boost that is foreseen in the Alliance framework for the R&D infrastructure. I believe you spoke about it briefly. I'm not sure what a boost mean, but probably if the Alliance is actually trying to make a more concrete an international framework. Also because the who asked the question, well, if he wants to ask the question himself, is free, Diego. Because it talks about also transporting irradiated fuel across EU borders, which remains a complex challenge, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily related to the R&D infrastructures.
Yes, as I already mentioned, so we need R&D infrastructure in the different parts. Because, of course, those simulation tools, they will have to be validated. And, of course, if you talk about AMRs, it's even more dominant and needed. We also know that, let's say, over the last decades, infrastructures have been declining everywhere. And even if you talk about, let's say, key infrastructures such as zero-power facilities, material testing reactors, they have been, let's say, declining. So what we really want to do is to make a very clear gap analysis towards the future, specifically also for AMR, but also for light water reactors, and then see how a collaboration over the member states and the organizations is possible. It's not easy, but if we have to leverage on the different organizations and member states, this is the only way that we can, let's say, facilitate that.
Thank you. Any other questions that are left in the audience, perhaps? On the app, I do not have any more. So at this point, I would start slowly going towards the end of the session. If it is possible to bring up the word cloud once again. And if you had it before, you should be able to respond to the same question, like if you can bring up words. And at the same time, while you respond, I would like to ask to all the panelists as well their own word that they would like to leave to the audience about the SMR Alliance, 1 or, well, 3, 4 words maximum. And we can perhaps follow in this. So starting from Switzerland, please.
Yeah, thank you, Fabio. I think what I would like to highlight that, to my opinion, we have now with the Alliance the foundation of the work. So we need to consolidate what we have. We need to move on, and we need to deliver, because that was is expected from the Alliance.
So deliver. I think it doesn't work, or nobody is able to enter. Is that? Oh, somebody managed to write it. Okay, it's complex. Okay.
It's complex, so we have to deliver, but we also have to deliver clear messages to the political stakeholders at the European Union level. What they can do in order to facilitate that. It's not only what we can do. Of course, we will work together and we will try at our level, but also specifically, what can the decision makers at European level do for us?
Thank you.
Yeah, I might focus on the cooperation word in here. So and for our technical working group and for safety. So what is striking there is indeed that in many cases the challenge is the fragmentation of the requirements in different countries in Europe, and in order to tackle that, so cooperation is needed at many levels, of course, at the industry level, and we are happy to see that also on the regulatory side there are initiatives towards, good work started on, going on and continuing on that, and that will be important to kind of get harmonized or standard designs in Europe.
So I revealed my word already, and my association with the SMR Alliance and SMRs, AMRs, and controlling the fuel cycle is resilience. Resilience for Europe in a number of ways that are crucial in this day and age.
What I want to highlight is the conclusion I have already said before, is that we need dialogue between all the actors, but also from actors in different countries at European level, but not only, I think so, because we have a question of export, import of such reactors, so it's very important to have this dialogue altogether.
Yeah, I heard today so many times the word project, but I still don't know what a project is in terms of the industrial alliance. So to me, a project is a new build project that will start hopefully soon with the investment decision, and then we will wait for the build. So we hope it will be shorter, like 4 years, 5 years, not longer. And then we have the SMR on the grid, and this is for me a project. And of course, I am very happy that the European Commission speaks about SMRs, that we have now the hope that it wants to accelerate, but I still don't know what will be accelerated, like the projects itself. So will there be any like accelerating zones, for example? We have them for renewables. Yeah, so we have the goal to decarbonize. So is the responsibility of the ministry. That's who we are doing it, because we need a tool how to decarbonize our energy system, our economy. So that's why we want to use nuclear. Yeah, because as a landlocked country, so it's one of the best options. Yeah? So nuclear. SMRs are promising, so that they could be built faster. That's we are focusing on SMRs now. Yeah, so we want to accelerate. We don't know how, of course. So let's see. The big elephant in the room are the consumers, like big data centers, for example, that they just need PPAs. They will not care about the build. They will not care about anything else. They want electricity. Yeah, so now we have to prepare the conditions for this. Yeah, so for the industry, do we have to have industry in Europe? Yes, we want, of course. So now in Czechia, we have the experience with the chemical industry, with the steel industry. So they are interested in SMRs, but they don't want to build them. Yeah? So they want SMRs to be built, and then they want to buy the electricity. Yeah? So we are focusing on the technology that will be prepared in the 30s. We have the experience with the technology, so we will not wait for the technology that will need to be licensed in 10 years. So we need to start now. Yeah? And now we hope that also at the European level, the conditions to accelerate will be prepared. So we have it in the nomination letter of the Commissioner for Energy. So SMRs have to be accelerated on the basis of the industrial alliance. So we are now here, we are talking about the actions, so that there will be an action plan, and then I hope we will accelerate.
Thank you, Jan. That was a good conclusion and insights. I think we go back to delivery on time. This is, I think, probably one of the most important keyword. I see here, I can't read until that. So we still have collaboration, I think, as the most prominent word. Workforce, yeah, we didn't speak today much about the skills. Of course, it's also a technical working group. We didn't speak, well, we couldn't speak about everything, but we didn't speak about the stakeholder engagement, although it was somehow touched upon in certain cases. So it goes together with collaboration. Need for action, yes, delivery. I thought I saw still some doubts around, so I hope perhaps with the next session so that we will be able to clear those out as well with the next, perhaps the next year, next FISA, next SNETP forum. I'd like to close the session, thanking all the panelists, thanking everybody for organizing this, SAFE that is behind everything. Thank you, the organizers and the sponsors, and yeah, have a good evening here in Warsaw. Thank you.
Thank you.